Testing, testing.
PA check, PA check.
Testing, testing. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Sydney Girls High School Regatta. We'll be getting underway shortly with the Schoolgirl para single scull recreational at the 500 metre start. Just running a few minutes behind. In lane 3 on the far side from PLC Sydney, we have Rachel Lai. Also from PLC Sydney, we have in lane 5 Pelin Ozen, and in lane 7, again from PLC Sydney, Michelle Lai. All right, and we're about to get underway with race 1. And we are underway with an excellent start from lane 5, Pelin Ozen. And she has got an excellent lead on this first race. Now, the 500 metre race is the shortest that you would see at a regatta, so not a lot of time to be able to catch up or, sort of change the lead. So Pelin's doing really well out in front, got some excellent clear water. It might take quite a bit of work between the other boats to be able to potentially catch up. Now, I do have to say, one of the hardest things about rowing at the regatta centre, especially in sort of your junior years, is staying in those lanes. So while it can be, quite exciting and quite helpful to have those lane markings, especially as more senior you get, it can be quite a challenge, especially with, the conditions or the wind making it a little bit difficult. One small movement can set you off into another lane. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. All right, now apologies for the technical difficulties. For race one, the winner was Pelin Ozen from PLC Sydney. Now all the crews were from PLC Sydney, and she had a time of 3 minutes and 41. Then followed by Michelle Lai in lane 7 and Rachel Lai in lane 3. And now you'll see on the course we have race 2 underway, which is the Schoolgirl para single scull. We have one rower, which is Sophia Lowe from PLC Sydney, and you can see she's doing an excellent job. Just past the 250 metre mark from what I can see, coming up to the sort of last sort of end of this race, and some really excellent smooth rowing, really great to see. And it does seem, the conditions are in the favour of the rowers today. It's a bit gloomy, but it can sometimes be a bit better than a hot day out here in Penrith. It's a really strong finish from Sophia Lowe from PLC Sydney, with a time of 5 minutes and 46 seconds. Now underway from the 2,000 metre mark, we have race 3, which is the Schoolgirl 4. In lane 3 on the far side, we have Pimble Ladies, lane 4, Loretta Kirribilli, lane 5, Loretta Normanhurst, lane 6, Roseville, and lane 7, Kinross Walleroy. So it's looking like it may be the Kinross crew out in front. So Kinross out in front at the 500 metre mark. They had about a 5-second lead over the next boat, which was Loretta Kirribilli from lane 4, followed by Roseville in lane 6, and then Pimble Ladies in lane 3, and then Loretta Normanhurst in lane 5. So quite close between second and third, and there's still plenty of room for the other boats to catch up. Now, one thing you'll notice, and for anyone that's been to several regattas, you'll probably know this already, but the 4 is a sweep race, so each rower has one oar, both hands on the oar, compared to sculling, where you have 2 oars, one hand on each oar. Back in my day, I don't think we had too many of the Schoolgirl 4 races, so it's quite exciting to see it in action. All right, now we're hitting the halfway mark, so still out in front we've got Kinross Walleroy. currently sitting at a time of 3 minutes and 38 seconds, closely followed by Loretta Kirribilli. Kinross has strengthened their lead, so now they've got an 8-second lead ahead of Loretta Kirribilli out in second. They'll be followed by Roseville in third. So quite a bit of space between these crews. Now there is still another 1,000 meters to go, so plenty of time and room for boats to catch up, but Kinross is looking quite strong and holding their lead quite well. Now our first cruise past the 1,500 meter mark. Kinross Rolleroy still out in front. Maintaining their lead, 8-second lead over Loretta Kirribilli in lane 4. And Loretta Kirribilli have increased their lead over third place, or current third place, which is Roseville out in lane 6. So quite excellent rowing from these first two crews, Kinross and Loretta Kirribilli. And I believe we've got the medal presentations for race 1, the Schoolgirl para-single scull, taking place. So that was in third place, Rachel Lai. In second place, Michelle Lai. And first place, Pelin Ozen, all from PLC Sydney. On the race course, we're just about to wrap up the Schoolgirl 4. Kinross Rolleroy will take first place with a time of 7 minutes and 34 seconds, followed by Loretta Kirribilli. Did an excellent job catching up and reducing that margin. So that's 5-second margin. And they'll be followed by Roseville in lane 6. And again, just a excellent congratulations to the winners of race 1, the Schoolgirl para-single scull. Some excellent rowing to start off the regatta. All right, so the results for race 3, Schoolgirl 4 were in first place Kinross Rolleroy, in second place Regatta Kirribilli, third was Roseville, fourth was Pimple Ladies, and then in fifth was Loretto Normanhurst. And now if you cast your eyes to about the 500 metre mark, we have race 4, again the Schoolgirl 4 Division 2 underway. So currently, we've got Kinross Rolleroy out in front again. So in lane 2 on the far side, we've got Tara School. In lane 3, Pimble Ladies. In lane 4, Kinross Rolleroy 3. So there's a couple crews from each school. In lane 5, we've got Loretto Kirribilli 4. In lane 6, we have Loretto Kirribilli 5. In lane 7, Loretto Kirribilli 3. In lane 8, Kinross Rolleroy 2. And in lane 9, Loretto Kirribilli 2. So a full race today. We're using all 9 lanes. Excellent to see so many boats and multiple from each school. So at the 1,000 metre mark now, we're about halfway through. We've got Kinross Rolleroy 2, who's in lane 8, and then Kinross Rolleroy from lane 4 out in front. Quite a close race, this one, I would have to say, followed by the 2 Loretto Kirribilli crews, quite similar to the previous race we just saw. Then followed by Tara, and then another 2 Loretto Kirribilli. All right, and we are in the last stretch of race 4, the Schoolgirl 4 Division 2. Out in front we have Kinross Rolleroy from lane 7. Lane 8. They're followed by their counterparts, the Kinross Rolleroy in lane 4 crew. Quite a strong finish between these 2 crews. It looks like, yeah, lane 8 has got it about a boat length in front. So Kinross Rolleroy 2 has finished with a time of 7 minutes and 50 seconds. They're followed by the other Kinross Rolleroy crew in lane 4. Then Loretto Kirribilli in lane 9. The Tara School in lane 2, then Loretto Kirribilli from lane 7, and they'll be followed by the Loretto Kirribilli crew in lane 5. And finishing off the race, we have Regatta Kirribilli in lane 6. So excellent rowing from all the crews. I think that wraps up our Schoolgirl 4s and takes us on to our Schoolboy 4s, which is race 5, which is currently underway with, on the far side, Scots 2. In lane 4, we have St. Augustine's. In lane 6, we have Scots 4. And in lane 7, we have another Scots crew. I'll take us now to the medals presentation for race 2, which is the Schoolgirl para single scull. And the winner of this race, Sophia Lowe from PLC Sydney. Well done, Sophia, and what I have to say was some really excellent rowing to start the day with, so very well done. Now, if you cast your eyes to the course, we have Schoolboy 4 underway. Currently in first, we have St. Augustine's, who's in lane 4. They're followed by the Scots crew in lane 7 with a 19-second margin, so really excellent lead. There's still some time to close that gap, but I think that's a really excellent start. They'll be followed by then the other Scots crew in lane 3, and then Scots in lane 6. All right, we're coming to the last leg of this race. So St. Augustine's with some really excellent rowing, a huge lead over the other crews, which is really awesome to see. So they're in lane 4. They will take out the win for this race. And we'll find out shortly what time they'll get. And then it'll be a battle between the other Scots crews. So first place, St. Augustine's with a time of 6 minutes and 53 seconds. They will be then followed by, gosh, bit hard to tell which Scots crew. It's between lane 7 and lane 3. I think lane 7 might have it. Yeah, that's quite clear. So Scots over in lane 7, closest to the grandstand, they'll take out second place with a time of a margin of 27 seconds. Sorry, my maths is not that good. And they'll be followed by Scots in lane 3. With a 9-second margin between them and their peers from Scots. And a great finish from our Scots crew in lane 6. Well done to all the rowers in the Schoolboy 4. I'll take you over now to race 6, which is the Schoolgirl Year 10A. Now this is a 2,000 metre race, just like the few that we've seen. I do believe Year 10 is the first year that they switched from 1,000 metres to 2,000 metres, if I'm not mistaken. So a big jump for the crews and quite early in the season. It definitely takes some adjusting. In race 6, I think at the halfway mark, we had Kinross Rolleroy out in front, followed by Pimble Ladies, the two Pimble Ladies crews, and then the two Loretto Normanhurst crews. So just so you're aware, so on the far side, we have Kinross Rolleroy in lane 3, then Pimble Ladies in lane 4. In lane 5, we have Loretto Normanhurst, and then in lane 6, we have the other Pimble Ladies crew, and lane 7, closest to the grandstand, is our other Loretto Normanhurst crew. Now, I think the Schoolgirl 8 is probably one of my favourite races to watch. I think it's with so many moving parts. So you've got 8 rowers in the boat. You've got a coxswain as well. There's a lot of moving parts, and it's quite a contentious race, especially the more senior that you get. So quite exciting for many of these rowers to be rowing their Schoolgirl Year 10-8, and we'll be seeing them hopefully continue on into their senior years and lead their schools. So quite an interesting race to watch. Kinross Rolleroy still holding out in front with some really excellent rowing, and I think so far that's been the theme for this morning, is Kinross Rolleroy out in front. So they've just passed the 1500 metre mark, closely followed by Pimble Ladies with just a margin of about 1.7 seconds, so quite a contentious race. They'll be quite eager to know from their coxswains where they're standing in comparison to each other, so quite an interesting race to be paying attention to. So this race is really between Kinross Rolleroy in lane 3 and Pimble Ladies in lane 4. They've got a really strong lead over the rest of the race, so it's kind of like two separate races in a way. We're trying to see who's battling it out for first and second, and then the remainder of the crews will definitely be battling it out between themselves to take third place. So Kinross Rolleroy holding a really strong lead in the sort of last 100 metres of the race. Really excellent, strong, consistent rowing between them. Pimble Ladies catching up a little bit there, but I think that they've still got about half a boat length in front. So Kinross Rolleroy takes out the win with a time of 7 minutes and 1 second, followed by a less than 1 second difference, the Pimble Ladies crew in lane 4. So a really contentious race, always quite exciting, particularly to start the day off with. And taking out third place will be the Pimble Ladies crew in lane 6. Really excellent rowing. Good some distance between them and the Loretto Normanhurst crew in lane 7. So Pimble Ladies in lane 6 takes out third. They'll be followed by Loretto Normanhurst in lane 7, and then the Loretto Normanhurst crew in lane 5. So the next race will be a 1,000 metre race, so about half the distance of the previous races. That is the Schoolgirl Year 8 double scull. On the far side in lane 2, we have Loretto Normanhurst. Then in lane 3, we have Roseville, Pimble Ladies in lane 4, MLC in lane 5, North Sydney Girls in lane 6, PLC Sydney in lane 7, Sydney Girls in lane 8, and Redlands in lane 9, closest to the grandstand. So they're all lining up now, so that race will be underway shortly. And just to let all the rowers and crews know, once you've finished your race, you can head over to the grandstand to receive your medals. So first, second, and third place of each race. And the lovely Sydney girls, donned in their lovely school uniform and blazers, will be presenting your medals. And we are underway with race 7, the Schoolgirl Year 8 Double Scull Division 1. Really excellent start from these crews. I think these first sort of few strokes can be quite make or break for the crews. One crab or sort of one wrong stroke and it can set you back quite a bit in these races. So really excellent strong start from these crews. All right, so the Schoolgirl Year 8 Double Scull currently in first. Oh, sorry, I've got my times wrong, but it looks like we have the crew in lane 2. Loretta Normanhurst out in front. Yes, so lane 2, Loretta Normanhurst, some really excellent rowing. That's the crew of Constance Whitaker and Clara Bradford. Excellent time of 4 minutes and 16 seconds. And they've got their cheering squad right there going for them. In lane 9, coming second is the Redlands crew. They've still got a couple more strokes, and they've finished with a 16-second margin. That looks like they'll be followed by lane 3, the Roseville crew, and then lane 7, the PLC Sydney crew, then the North Sydney Girls crew, and then the lane 5 MLC. Looks like the Sydney Girls and one of the Pymble Ladies crew have scratched potentially. Apologies, I think that was the race 7, yep, Schoolgirl Year 8 double scull. Coming down the course now, we have the race 8 Schoolgirl Year 8 double scull. On the far side, we have Loretta Normanhurst in lane 4, North Sydney Girls in lane 5, MLC in lane 7, and Loretta Normanhurst in lane 8. Now, leading this Schoolgirl Year 8 double scull Division 2, it looks like it's Loretta Normanhurst in lane 8, followed by the other Loretta Normanhurst crew in lane 4. Actually, maybe lane 5, the North Sydney Girls crew. Excellent. Yep, so we've got Loretta Normanhurst closest to the grandstand, lane 8, taking out first place for the Schoolgirl Year 8 double scull Division 2. That's with a time of 4 minutes and 29 seconds. They'll be followed by North Sydney Girls in lane 5. Then by MLC in lane 7. And it looks like there may have been a mishap with the Loretta Normanhurst crew in lane 4. They will be taking out 4th place. We'll then take you to race 9, which is the Schoolgirl Year 8 double scull Division 3. So in lane 3, furthest from us, we've got Pymble Ladies, one of the Pymble Ladies crews, and in lane 4 we have Sydney Girls, in lane 5 Roseville, in lane 6 and 7 we have Pymble Ladies, and then in lane 8 we have Redlands. Looks like some of the crews may have scratched, so I think lane 3 Pymble Ladies has scratched, and a couple others which I will let you know as soon as I find out. So currently out in front for this race currently underway, it looks like the Redlands crew in lane 8 are taking the lead as they're passing the 500 metre mark, so halfway through the race. They'll be followed by the Sydney Girls crew, who's currently in second, about 17 seconds behind. Then the Roseville crew is closely following them. All right, we are coming to sort of last leg of this race. That's race 9, the Schoolgirl Year 8 Double Scull Division 3. We've still got the Redlands crew out in front from the looks of it. Yeah, and they've actually got quite a really strong lead over the rest of the boat. So Redlands will be taking out this race. It looks like they'll be followed by Sydney Girls. Really excellent in-time rowing. I think it's quite a challenge, start of your rowing career. But these girls look like they've been rowing for years. So yeah, some really excellent rowing. So Redlands crew takes out first with a time of 4 minutes and 19 seconds. They'll be followed by Sydney Girls in lane 4, and then that looks like Roseville in lane 5. So the Pymble Ladies crews have scratched for this race. And I think that wraps up our Schoolgirl Year 8 Double Sculls for the moment. So we'll be heading over to Schoolgirl Year 8 Single Scull Division 1. On the far side, we have PLC Sydney in lane 1, Loretta Normanhurst in lane 3, PLC Sydney in lane 4, Sydney Girls in lane 5, Redlands in lane 6, and then Sydney Girls crew in lane 9. So there's a few scratches for this race, but we will see where they're faring shortly. We will take you over to the medals stand for the presentation of race 7. So that was the Schoolgirl Year 8 Double Scull Division 1. And so the winners of that race was from Loretta Normanhurst, Constance Whitaker, Clara Bradford, coached by Daniel Waddle. Now, just before we get to the presentations of race 8, you can see that we have the Schoolgirl Year 8 Single Scull Division 1 underway. Coming first, we have, it looks like in lane, looks like lane 3, which is the Loretta Normanhurst rower Tiffany Morley. And looks like she'll be followed by the Sydney Girls rowers in lane 9 and lane 5. really excellent rowing from the crews involved. A really strong finish from lane 3. That is Tiffany Morley from Loretta Normanhurst. She'll be followed by lane 9, Sydney Girls' Anya Menon, who had a really strong finish in that last 100 metres. And then the Sydney Girls rower in lane 5, which is Claire Wang. Now the winner of that race, Tiffany Morley, had a time of 4 minutes and 58 seconds. She'll then be followed by, it looks to be Matilda Kirkwood from PLC Sydney. That is Matilda Kirkwood from PLC Sydney, taking out the 4th place. And 5th will go to Redlands rower Alice Burneth. Now it looks like we did have a couple mishaps for lane 1 PLC Sydney, but the boat race officials will be working with that rower to get them across the finish line. So really excellent work. So I might take us over to the medals presentation for race 8. That's a Schoolgirl Year 8 double scull Division 2. And the winners of that race, representing Loretta Normanhurst, Kate Dean and Isabella Lander. Well done to the rowers from Loretta Normanhurst.
Well done, Tiffany. Yes. That's the main thing on the first regatta. Tiffany. Well done, Tiffany.
And about to cross the finish line now from the Schoolgirl Year 8 Single Scull Division 1 from PLC Sydney is Rachel Jin. Well done to all the rowers in this race. Schoolgirl Year 8 Single Scull is quite a challenging race, I have to say. It is, quite difficult, the early start of your rowing career, to be rowing quite a easily sensitive boat. So one wrong move or shift in weight can send you into another lane. So well done to all those rowers. Over, coming down the course now is race 11, the Schoolgirl Year 8 Single Scull Division 2. In lane 1 on the far side, we have Pimble Ladies. In lane 2, PLC Sydney. In lane 3, Redlands. In lane 4, another PLC Sydney crew. In lane 5, a Redlands crew. In lane 6, Pimble Ladies. In lane 7, Sydney Girls. In lane 8, Redlands. And in lane 9, also Sydney Girls. It does look like we have a little bit of lane crossing action happening. This is quite expected or typical in the single sculls, especially for Year 8. So they will have to get back on track. It looks like the lane 8 Redlands rowers veered into lane 9 for the Sydney Girls. They will have to get back on track, potentially risking penalties or sometimes even disqualification if it impacts the race. have to say I did have my fair share of disqualifications and penalties when I was in my early rowing career, so nothing unexpected, but yeah, they'll have to be getting back on track. So quite an exciting race. It looks like the Redlands rower might be out in front, if I'm not mistaken. Again, I'm not sure what the impact will be that they're finishing in a different lane. And actually we have some quite strong rowing from, looks like lane 2, PLC Sydney. So yeah, we've got two boats finishing in lane 9. The one out in front will be Redlands, then followed by Sydney Girls, but they will have to try and get back into their lane. All right, so it's quite close between Redlands and lane 2 PLC Sydney. You can see them looking at each other, trying to see who's out in front, but it looks like Redlands will take it. So that is Miranda Tahil Gonzalez, the lane 8 rower. She'll be followed by lane 2, which is PLC Sydney. Sydney Girls in lane 7. Looked like, oh gosh, Sydney Girls came 4th from lane 9, then followed by, no, I've lost it. Then looked like it followed by lane 3, Redlands, and lane 6, no. Okay, so I can see first place was Miranda Tahil Gonzalez, followed by Lily Burrows from PLC Sydney. Third was Molly Chen from Sydney Girls. Fourth, Cindy Shee from Sydney Girls. Fifth, look like the Redlands, Kira Benoliel. Then followed by Despina Corneli, also from Redlands. Then we have the rower in lane 4 from PLC Sydney in 7th. And looks like we may have lost one during that race. All right, quickly coming down the course now, and we will get to medal presentations shortly, but quickly coming down the course now is race 12, the Schoolboy Year 8 single scull. So it looks like out in front we have the Redlands rower. It looks like lane 5, which is William Whitelaw. Yeah, quite a strong lead from this rower. So that's Redlands out in front, followed by Kinross Rolleroy, and then the remainder of the Redlands crew. So very Redlands heavy race. So William Whitelaw takes out first with a time of 4 minutes and 14 seconds. They'll be followed by actually the Redlands crew in lane 4, so that is Jackson Humphreys. Then Kinross Rolleroy in lane 3. And the remainder of the places will go to Redlands rowers. A couple of lane changes in this race as well, again to be expected, but yeah, quite a challenging day, but these rowers are doing a really excellent job. So 5th goes to Calvin McNabb and 6th to Anthony Vass, both from Redlands. They'll be followed by Alexander Dunnett, also from Redlands. Now I will take us over to the medals for race 10. That's a Schoolgirl Year 8 single scull. And first place for what was quite an exciting race, representing Loreto Normanhurst, Tiffany Morley. coached by Yumi O'Carrigan. Coming down the course now is race 13, which is a Schoolboy Year 8 double scull. We have two Redlands crews. So over in lane 5, we have Oliver Stojanovic and Emilio Dressler. And in lane 6, we have Logan Trass and Lachlan Balderstone. It looks like the lane 5, so Oliver and Emilio are out in front with quite a strong lead over their peers from Redlands. All right, and we're coming up to sort of the end of the race 13 Schoolgirl Year 8 Schoolboy Year 8 double scull, and the Redlands crew in lane 5 has a huge lead over their peers. So really excellent rowing from the two. That's Oliver and Emilio. Yeah, quite in sync, quite in time, which is quite a feat, especially when most of these rowers haven't been rowing together all that too long. You do kind of get used to and familiar with your doubles partner. So yeah, for them to be rowing this well at such an early stage is really excellent. So they'll take out first with a time of 4 minutes and 11 seconds. And finishing off that race from Redlands, we have Logan Trass and Lachlan Balderstone. Well done to both crews in this race. Now, if we cast our eyes to the 1,000 metre mark, we have race 14, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 1 underway. On the far side, in lane 1, we have MLC. In lane 2, Sydney Girls. In lane 3, Roseville. Lane 4, Pimble Ladies. In lane 5, PLC Sydney. In lane 6, Kinross Rolleroy. Lane 7, Redlands. Lane 8, Loretta Kirribilli. And lane 9, Loretta Normanhurst. right, now coming down now, the race 14, it looks like Roseville is out in front, closely followed by Pimble Ladies, 0.2 seconds apart at the 500 meter mark. So this is quite a close race. Followed by Kinross Rolleroy in lane 3, in 3rd, and then PLC Sydney, and then very close between the remainder of the boats. So it's looking like we have between the crew in lane 3 and 4. So that's Roseville and Pimble Ladies. So quite a strong race between them. Kinross Rolleroy not far behind, but this is really between Roseville and Pimble Ladies. Pimble Ladies actually doing a really good job pulling up, and it looks like they might be able to take it. Actually, in fact, I think Pimble Ladies is going to take this one over Roseville. Pimble Ladies finishing out in first, followed closely by Roseville, then Kinross Rolleroy. And then taking out fourth, looking like lane 7, that's the Redlands crew. Then lane 8, Laredo Kirribilli, then lane 9, Laredo Normanhurst, PLC Sydney, and Sydney Girls, and then they'll be followed by MLC. So quite an exciting and contentious race. That was really, really exciting to see. So first place, Pimble Ladies had a time of 3 minutes and 39 seconds. They were followed by Roseville only 0.53 seconds later, and then Kinross Rolleroy 3.75 seconds later. So a very tight race. I do find the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull to be often quite a contentious race. So yeah, that was really exciting to see. And we'll see it coming down the course now is race 15, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 2 Heat 1. So on the far side we have Laredo Normanhurst in lane 3, Tara in lane 4, Kinross Rolleroy in lane 5, Pimble Ladies in lane 6, and Laredo Kirribilli in lane 7. So this race coming down now, it looks like Kinross Rolleroy is out in front. They're followed by Laredo Normanhurst and closely followed by Pimble Ladies. So I don't know if that still stands now. That was at the 500 meter mark. So things can definitely change in just a few strokes in 100 meters. It does look like Kinross Rolleroy still holding out front. Now they've been doing really well this morning. All right, so that was race 15. First place went to Kinross Rolleroy in lane 5 with a time of 3 minutes and 53 seconds. They were then followed by Pimble Ladies in in second in lane 6. Then Loretta Kirribilli in third, followed by Loretta Normanhurst and Tara. Now we are having a few technical difficulties. I'm not sure if anyone can hear this, but we are presenting race 14, which was the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 1. So first place went to the Pimble Ladies crew. That's Madeline Gaydon, Rose Jones, Madison Landgrebe, Claudia Wyatt, and coxed by Emma Wang, coached by Ben Booker. And we don't seem to have our second place crew, but in third place went to Kinross Rolleroy. That was Matilda Whiteley, Paxton Bukefield, Georgia Tancred, Alexandra Karish, coxed by Sophie Caro and coached by James Perrin, Rebecca Pierce and Nicole Caro. Coming down the course now, we have a race 16, which is a Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 2. This is a Heat 2. That is Roseville in lane 3, Redlands in lane 4, PLC Sydney in lane 5, MLC in lane 6, and Sydney Girls in lane 7. Now for this race, it looks like Roseville's taking it the lead at the moment. That is Roseville in lane 3, followed closely by PLC Sydney and the Sydney Girls crew. And then Redlands and MLC. Definitely looking like Roseville's going to take this one, but it'll be a battle for second and third between Sydney Girls and the PLC Sydney crew. All right, and Roseville's taking out first with a time of 3 minutes and 55 seconds. They're going to be followed by PLC Sydney, who's taking out second. Sydney Girls takes out third. Fourth will go to the Redlands crew, and then MLC will take out fifth. Well done. So that was the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 2 Heat 2. Lining up now at the 1,000 metre mark, we have race 17, Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 3. In the far side, in lane 1, we have Sydney Girls, lane 2, Kinross Walleroy, lane 3, Loretta Normanhurst, lane 4, Redlands, lane 5, North Sydney Girls, lane 6, Pimble Ladies. In lane 7, we have Roseville. In lane 8, Loretta Kirribilli. And in lane 9, closest to the grandstand, is PLC Sydney. And we'll now be presenting the medals for race 13, which was the Schoolboy Year 8 Double Scull. The winners of race 13, Schoolboy Year 8 Double Scull, was the boys from Redlands, Oliver Stojanovic and Emilio Dressler, with a time of 4 minutes and 11 seconds. Now we'll cast our eyes to the 1,000 metre mark, and the crews are just lining up now. Almost ready to get started. A reminder for any rowers that have finished their races, feel free to head over to the grandstand to receive your medals. So for anyone that hasn't had the pleasure of participating in a race, so I guess this one goes for many of the parents out there, lining up the boats quite exactly is quite a tedious process, especially in the sort of bigger boats, the quads and the eights. You really have to sort of coordinate a group of people and listen quite carefully to the boat race officials' instructions to get everyone lined up perfectly before they can get started. It's a bit of a tedious process and often quite nerve-wracking for all the rowers, but it looks like they are currently underway for race 17, Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 3. I'll report back shortly, but we'll head over to the grandstand for the presentation of race 16, which was Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 2. And the winners of that race, with a time of 3 minutes and 55 seconds, goes to Roseville. That is Madeline Edge, Lucy Ryan, Abby Harris, Hannah Ryan, and Cox by Steph Atkinson, coached by Sydney Krieger. Okay, I believe we're going to the presentations of race 11. That is the Schoolgirl Year 8 Single Scull. And the winner of this race, representing Redlands, Miranda Tahoe Gonzalez. All right, and right behind you'll see that race 17 is underway, and we look like we have Kinross Walleroy out in front, closely followed by Roseville. They were just a second behind, but it looks like Kinross might be taking a little bit more of a lead now. Following them looks like Loreto Kirribilli and the North Sydney Girls, so this is quite a close race. Kinross Walleroy again, really strong in the big boats this morning. So it looks like they'll quite confidently take out first, but they'll be followed by the Roseville crew, who've also been performing quite well. All right, so Kinross Walleroy taking out first, followed closely by Roseville, Loreto Kirribilli, Loreto Normanhurst, North Sydney Girls, Pymble Ladies, and PLC Sydney. Then they'll be followed by, it looks like, the Sydney Girls crew over in lane 1. All right, so that was race 18 that just finished. That was the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Skull Division 4. First was Pimple Ladies, second was Loretta Normanhurst, and third was Loretta Kirribilli. Now we have race 19 coming up, so that's Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Skull Division 5. It's looking like we have Loretta Normanhurst out in front, followed by Pimble Ladies and then Roseville, though it's quite close between third, fourth and fifth. But Loretta Normanhurst really doing strong on this race, definitely taking the lead on this one. So that was Loretta Normanhurst crew in lane 2. Apologies, there's a few from each school here. So over in lane 2, Loretta Normanhurst, that is Ella Freeman, Camilla Ogilvie, Lara Dwyer, Lucy Meek, Cox by Ava Forrester. They'll be taking out first for this Division 5 race. Actually quite impressive rowing coming from that crew, very in sync. Looks like they've been rowing together for a long time. And they'll be followed by the crew in lane 3, which is Pimble Ladies. That's with a margin of 12 seconds, then followed by Roseville in lane 5, Loretta Normanhurst in lane 9, then followed by Loretta Kirribilli in lane 7, and Roseville in lane 2. Pimble Ladies in lane 6 will then take 7th. And we were supposed to have another Loretta Kirribilli boat, but it looks like they may have scratched potentially. Before we get underway with the next race, I'll take you to the medal presentation for race 18. So that's the race we just saw, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Skull Division 4, which was quite an exciting race. So we'll get to the presentations for that shortly. So the winners of race 18, Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Skull Division 4, with a time of 3 minutes and 58 seconds, representing Pimble Ladies, is Siri Taubenschlag, Charlotte Lynn, Sophie Harris, Stella Walsh, and coxed by Eloise Jenkins and coached by James Blakeman. Well done to those rowers. Over at the 1,000 metre mark, we currently have race 20 lining up. That's a Schoolboy Year 9 double scull. In the far lane, in lane 4, we have Kinross Welleroy. In lane 5, we have Leo Campbell and Michael Coonan from Redlands. In lane 6, from Redlands, we have Morgan Besley and Otis Gate. And in lane 7, we have the rowers from St. Augustine's. All right, we're going to present the medals for race 9. Now, presenting these medals, I believe, is the new principal of Sydney Girls, Rachel Powell. So I believe her first Sydney Girls Regatta as she's come into the role in the last few months, which is quite exciting. So that is race 9, the Schoolgirl Year 8 double scull. And the winners of that race, representing Redlands, are Samantha Halliday and Pearl Brown. Now, race 20 is underway, and we can see there's a little bit of commotion happening between two of the boats. I can't see exactly who it is, but yeah, we've kind of got some boats going off track. A little bit of sideways rowing, which is going to add some time to their finish. It's always a bit of a challenge trying to get the shortest course possible, keep a straight line as much as you can. Not only will that help you reduce your time and finish a little bit quicker, but it can be quite exhausting adding those extra meters and extra strokes for these rowers. But it looks like they're back on course now. Kinross Rolleroy right out in front from the looks of it. That's the boat in lane 4, followed by, it looks like the 2 Redlands boats, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, actually, we may have had one of the Redlands boats scratched. That will probably be Redlands and St. Augustine's. Excellent finish from the rowers from Kinross Rolleroy. That's Xavier Zinger and Ash Robinson with a time of 3 minutes and 48 seconds. They'll be followed by the Redlands crew. I believe that is meant to be lane 6, Morgan Besley and Otis Gate. Closely followed by lane 7, St. Augustine's, who've come off track a little bit, but yeah, no crashes there, so looking all right. And well done to all those rowers. I will take you over to race 21, which is Schoolboy Year 9 single scull. That's at the 1,000 metre mark. Division 1. Over on the far side, we have Redlands. In lane 4, we have Kinross Rolleroy. In lane 5 and lane 6, we have 2 St. Augustine's rowers. In lane 7, another Redlands rower. And in lane 8, closer to the grandstand, we have the other Kinross Rolleroy rower. I will take you to the presentations for race 19. That's the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 5. The winners of this race, representing Loretta Normanhurst and with a time of 4 minutes and 5 seconds. That's Ella Freeman, Camilla Ogilvie, Lara Dwyer, Lucy Meek, coxed by Ava Forrester. All right, and race 21's almost at the end. So we've got Kinross Rolleroy out in front, closely followed by, it looks like St. Augustine's. Or maybe St. Augustine's might be taking it. So lane 8, that's Kinross Rolleroy, Heathcliff Bell out in front. No, he's definitely going to take first. He's got more than a boat length in front. He'll take that out with a time of 3 minutes and 58 seconds. And it will be followed by the St. Augustine's rower in lane 5. St. Augustine's in lane 6, that's Oliver Kennedy, followed by Redlands in lane 7, and then the Redlands rower in lane 3. And finishing it off with Kinross Rolleroy in lane 4. So that was Heathcliff Bell in first, Oscar Porteous in second, Oliver Kennedy in third, and followed by Fergus Kerr. The next race will be race 22, Schoolboy Year 9 Single Scull. This is Division 2. Before we get to that, we might do the presentations for race 20, which was the Schoolboy Year 9 Double Scull. So coming down the course now, it is an all Redlands race. So these boys will be of rowing together, quite familiar with each other's rowing styles and their speed. So it'll be an interesting race for the school and for the boys to compete with each other. It looks like coming out in front was the Redlands rower in lane 6. So that is Cooper McDonald. But anything can change in these small boat races. In fact, the boats are quite sensitive and quite easy in some cases to actually overtake. So starting off a race in the lead doesn't always equate to finishing first, but these rowers are doing a really excellent job. So yeah, it's looking like lane 6. Cooper McDonald still out in front, but Christopher Ferris is giving him a run for his money and is really bringing up the pace in this sort of last 100, 250 meters. It's always the most exciting part of the race for me. Lots can happen and change at this point. This is where the rowers will start to really bring up the stroke rate. So this is kind of the sprint of the race. This is where you give it all you've got, and you know you've done the work when you can't really take any more strokes at the very end of it. So lane 6, that's Cooper McDonald, will be definitely taking out first. Some clear water between him and his peer in lane 4. So Cooper McDonald finishes with a time of 4 minutes and 1 second. He'll be followed by Christopher Ferris with a margin of 6 seconds. Then the rower in lane 5, that's Hugo Stedman. And potentially a battle for the remaining 2 places. That's between Zach Purdy and Dean Mansell. And they'll definitely be looking at each other to see where they stand, but it looks like it has gone to Dean Mansell and then Zach Purdy. So I will take you over for the presentation of race 20, that is the Schoolboy Year 9 Double Scull. The winners of this race with a time of 3 minutes and 48 seconds, representing Kinross Rolleroy, is Xavier Zinger and Ash Robinson, coached by Benjamin Watt. And now, while we still have your attention at the medal presentations, we'll take you for the presentation of race 21. That's a Schoolboy Year 9 Single Scull Division 1. Again, from Kinross Rolleroy, who've been doing amazing this regatta. The winner of the race is Heathcliff Bell, coached by Benjamin Watt and Angus Peterson. And that was with a time of 3 minutes and 58 seconds. So we do have a few minutes before the next race is underway. That will be a 2,000 metre race, so at the very end of the course. That's a Schoolboy Cox Quad Scull Division 1. On the far side in lane 3, we have one of the Redlands boats that's coxed by Henry Priest. In lane 4, another Redlands boat. That one's coxed by Anushka Lee. In lane 5, we have St. Augustine's coxed by Henry Goldsworthy. In lane 6, we have Kinross Welleroy boat coxed by Jane Bruce. In lane 7, the other St. Augustine's boat coxed by Ryder Taylor. And in lane 8, we'll have Kinross Welleroy coxed by Henry Baker. So we've got 2 crews from Redlands, 2 crews from St. Augustine's, and 2 crews from Kinross Welleroy. And just as we're waiting for those crews to get to the start line and line up, I might take this moment to thank all the parents and volunteers and everyone involved that helps make these regattas happen. It is a lot of work, and you'll probably see on the camera lots of parents there ready to hold the boats. We've got the boat race officials keeping everything running smoothly, everyone in the finishing tower and at the medal grandstand. So lots of hands on deck to pull off a regatta like this, which wouldn't be possible without the wonderful volunteers that help make this happen. I'll take you over to the presentations for race 22. That's a Schoolboy Year 9 single scull. The winner of this race, this was the All Redlands race that just completed. So the winner of this race with a time of 4 minutes and 1 second and 6 seconds ahead of his second place. First place goes to Cooper McDonald, coached by Alec Price. So we have all the crews making their way to the start line for the Schoolboy Cox Quad Scull Race 23. I probably should introduce myself. So this is probably one of my favorite races, is the Cox Quad Sculls for Schoolboy and Schoolgirl. I rode for Sydney Girls throughout my entire high school life, so feels like quite some time away, but I was a coxswain all throughout. So I love the cox races. I think they're quite exciting. There's a lot involved. It's, often the role of the coxswain is quite a mysterious role to anyone that hasn't, sort of been in a boat with them. But it can often be make or break, not only in terms of steering, but how you motivate your crew. 2,000 meters is quite a long race, so any kind of motivation and encouragement you can get and really get that adrenaline pumping is, can be make or break between first, second and third. So quite an exciting race that we've got coming up. I definitely am going to enjoy these next few races with the Schoolboy and Schoolgirl Cox Quad Sculls. Many of these students will be in their final years of high school, so some of them will go on to continue rowing. For others, this may be their last time. So quite an exciting moment for all of them. All right, so we're about to get underway with this race 23, Schoolboy Cox Quad Scull at the 2,000 metre mark. Just getting all the boats lined up. The start of a race is always quite exciting for me. I think that's where the role of coxswain and the stroke really shine. And it's quite interesting to see which boats have really strong starts and whether they can maintain that throughout the race. All right, and race 23 is underway. Quite a strong start from some of these crews. It's interesting, the crews that maybe don't take quite a high stroke rate in that first few strokes. Everyone has different approaches for how they best like to start a race. But yeah, interesting to see the different speeds and stroke rates going on. This is quite easy to see some actual difference between the boats this early on. So it's a little bit hard to tell who's taken it out in front quite this early on, but some really strong rowing from all the boats. I can't quite see a clear lead at the moment. And again, this is a sculling race, so for anyone that missed it early this morning, sculling is where you have 2 oars as opposed to 1, which you hold with both hands. So not typically a common race, I find, at the Olympics. Often you're seeing, the 8s or the sort of sweep kind of boats. But this is, quite an interesting race. All right, so I can see that we've got the Redlands crew in lane 4. It looks like they're out in front. Potentially, it may be the actual Kinross Rolleroy crew in lane 8. Yeah, it looks like they've got clear lead over the rest of the boats, about a boat length ahead of the other crews at St. Augustine's and Redlands crews, who look like they're taking out second. So Kinross Rolleroy just past the 500 metre mark of a time of 1 minute and 34 seconds, followed by St. Augustine's about 2 seconds behind. Redlands and the other St. Augustine's crew are just not even a second behind them, and followed by the other Kinross Rolleroy and Redlands crews. So quite a close race. The calibre of rowing at this level is often quite high, so always an exciting race to watch. And who knows, you may be seeing some of these rowers in the Olympics or World Champ some days. I have to say, watching the Olympics rowing this year, I did notice some familiar names and faces back from my high school rowing days. So always exciting to think that one of these rowers could potentially be representing Australia at the next Olympics. So passing the halfway mark now, Kinross Rolleroy still out in front. They're followed by St. Augustine's, who's 3 seconds behind. Now that's about a boat length in front, which is, in the grand scheme of things, actually quite a big difference. It can be quite challenging to overtake that sort of amount of length over the course of the race, but there's still plenty of time, so it'll be quite interesting to see what the other boats do in order to catch up and potentially give Kinross Rolleroy a run for their money. I have to say, looking at the boats on the screen, you can see how in sync and in time the Kinross Rolleroy crew in lane 8 is. Moving as a single unit, I think, is the biggest challenge, but the deal breaker, or sort of the key factor that comes into winning the race and placing second or third. So quite interesting to see the specific technique going on. And you'll notice with these longer races that often the boats have to pace themselves a little bit more. So maybe the shorter races, you can kind of have a higher stroke rate, but these 2,000 meter races are definitely a test of endurance. So you'll see the focus is often long, strong, and relatively slower strokes, but a lot of power behind each stroke. So coming up to 500 meters left to go, and it's looking pretty similar to the halfway mark. So Kinross Rolleroy still out in front. St. Augustine's about a boat length behind, closely followed by Redlands and the other Kinross Rolleroy crew. There is a little bit more distance now between these 3rd, 4th, and 5th and 6th place boats, which often happens. But it's quite interesting to see what happens for battling it out for 1st and 2nd. Yeah, this is looking like quite an exciting race between the first 4 boats. Lots of power, lots of excellent rowing. We can see fantastic technique and synchrony between the rowers. Kinross Rolleroy still looks like they've got it, but St. Augustine's is not far behind in lane 4. So now we're in this last 100 meters. This is where they really start to bring up the pace. This is where you have to give it all that you've got, noting that some of these rowers will be participating in other races, so a lot of endurance to be expected. And as we saw, Kinross Rolleroy sort of held the lead, taking out first. They'll be followed by St. Augustine's in lane 7, then the Redlands crew in lane 4, and then the Kinross Rolleroy crew in lane 6. So that they'll take out 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Bit of a battle for 5th place. It looks like it's going to go to St. Augustine's in lane 5, followed by the Redlands crew in lane 3. So quite an exciting race. So Kinross Rolleroy finished with a time of 6 minutes and 35 seconds, which is quite fast. So yeah, quite excellent rowing. Always exciting to see. And St. Augustine's finished 4 seconds behind them. So Kinross did seem to get a little bit more of a lead over those last 250, 500 meters. Coming down now is the Schoolboy Coxed Quad Scull Division 2. In lane 3 on the far side, we have the Redlands crew coxed by Samantha Halliday. In lane 4, we have Kinross Rolleroy coxed by Harriet Bird. In lane 5 is Redlands coxed by Jack Feller. In lane 6 is Redlands coxed by Toby Priestley. And in lane 7, closest to the grandstand, is the other Kinross Rolleroy boat coxed by Harry Grinter. So at the halfway mark, we've got Kinross Rolleroy out in front, which I think is a consistent theme today. And that is the crew in lane 4, coxed by Harriet Bird. They're followed closely by Redlands in lane 6, and then Kinross Rolleroy in lane 7. And then a bit of a gap and some clear water between those 3 and the remaining Redland crews. So we're passing the 1500 metre mark, so 3/4 of the way there, and Kinross Rolleroy, both crews are now out in front. So they've overtaken the Redlands crew that was initially coming second. So Kinross Rolleroy in lane 4 is out in front with a 3-second lead ahead of their counterparts in lane 7. Very, very closely followed by the Redlands crew in lane 6, less than a second behind, and then the remaining Redlands crews follow behind. So we've got some excellent visuals there of just how sort of strong these rowers are. Often, depending on the angle, it can kind of look a little bit misleading, but Kinross Rolleroy crews, both crews out in front, doing really well to hold their ground. All right, and we're into the last 100 metres. This is where they're really going to bring it up. Kinross Rolleroy in lane 4, definitely out in front, doing amazing rowing. Really strong, powerful strokes. I think goes to show by the amount of clear water between them and the boat coming in second. So they'll take out first with a time of 7 minutes and 5 seconds. They'll be followed by the crew in lane 6, that's Redlands, closely followed by the other Kinross Rolleroy boat in lane 7. So Redlands did an excellent job of really changing the game again in that last 500, 250 metres. So definitely returned their place in second. Now the margin between first and second for this race was about 5 seconds, which is quite a decent amount when you consider that there's often photo finish races or 1 second apart finishes. So really excellent rowing from the boat coxed by Harriet Bird. And the Redlands crew in lane 3 finishing race 24 off. So well done to all those rowers. Many of them will have more races throughout the day, so hopefully they have enough time to recharge and energize before their next races. Coming down the course now, which happens to be one of my personal favourites, is race 25, the Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull Division 1. On the far side in lane 2 we have Roseville, in lane 3, Sydney Girls, lane 4, Pimple Ladies, lane 5, Redlands, lane 6, PLC Sydney, lane 7, Kinross Rolleroy, lane 8, Loretta Kirribilli, and lane 9, closest to us is MLC School. Now you'll notice that with these Cox Quad Scull, the Schoolgirl, Schoolboy races, often most schools will have a boat, at least one boat in these races, and these are often the top rowers at their club, so often in their final years of high school, year 11 or year 12, and yeah, they're absolute top. So really exciting race to see if you want to see what some really excellent in sync strong rowing looks like. So at the moment, it looks like the Redlands crew is out in front, and they've just passed the 1,000 metre mark, so halfway point. So Redlands out in front. They're followed by Kinross Walleroy, who's about 6 seconds behind, closely followed by Sydney Girls. So those are the top 3 boats for this race at the moment, and things can always change. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens as we get to the last sort of leg of the race. All right, now we've got 500 metres to go. The first crew's just passed the 1,500 metre mark. That's the Redlands crew still holding out in front. That is the boat in lane 5. They're followed 9 seconds later by Kinross Walleroy. So Redlands have really increased their sort of distance between them and the next boats. So looking like quite a strong race for them. Kinross Walleroy is then followed by Sydney Girls, who are currently in third, about 4 seconds behind the boat coming second. And then quite close between the remainder of the boat. So yeah, definitely an interesting race, but Redlands is doing quite a good job of holding their own at the moment. And we've passed the 1,750 metre mark, so that means less than 250 metres to go. There's quite a short distance remaining. Redlands still out in front, some excellent rowing, really in sync. You can see just the way that they place the oars, the distance, the angle, it speaks a lot to the synchronicity between the rowers. So you can imagine these rowers have probably been rowing together for quite some time. Often the rowers start together in year 7 and through all the way through their high school career, but things change, so yeah, doing an excellent job. They'll be taking out first place. They'll be likely followed by Kinross Walleroy. So Redlands crew have just finished with a time of 7 minutes and 40 seconds. Kinross Walleroy will take out second place, about 11 seconds behind. They'll be followed by the Sydney Girls crew in lane 3. And finishing now, we have PLC Sydney taking out 4th. a bit of a battle for fifth, but it looks like it went to MLC, then followed by Roseville. And Loretta Kirribilli crew finishing off the race there. Coming down the course now, we have Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull. On the far side, we have 2 Redlands boats. So that is lane 2, Redlands boat coxed by Lillian Chen. In lane 3, we have the Redlands boat coxed by Leah Chung. In lane 4, Loretta Kirribilli coxed by Charlotte Clarkin. In lane 5, Pimble Ladies. In lane 6, Loretta Kirribilli coxed by Adelaide Russell. In lane 7, the Sydney Girls crew. And in lane 8, the Redlands crew coxed by Ava Ford. So currently out in front, looks like they're passing the halfway mark now. Out in front, we have the Redlands boat in lane 3. So that is coxed by Leah Chung. Very, very closely followed by the Loretta Kirribilli boat in lane 4. So it's looking like first, second, third, and fourth are quite close for this race. So anything can change in this next half of the race. All right, so we are coming into the last 500 meters. It looks like Loretta Kirribilli's out in front now. So that is the boat in lane 4. So they've overtaken their counterparts in from the Redlands crew. Redlands is closely following behind, about 1.34 seconds behind. So Loretta Kirribilli have done an excellent job of overtaking them. So we've got the Loretta Kirribilli, 2 Redlands boats, and then the Loretta Kirribilli boat. So those 2 schools are taking up the first 4 places. Now this is where the really strong boats will start to ramp it up. So, they're probably getting quite exhausted at this point, but this is where you really have to put in that power and really start working up towards that speed for the last 250, 100 meters. I have to say, this is quite an exciting race, and I can't quite see from this angle who's out in front. Redlands is doing a fantastic job of bringing it back up, so it looks like it's between those two crews. They've been battling it out throughout this whole race. It looks like Loretta Kirribilli still has it out in front, doing a really good job of holding their own. So yeah, it looks like Loretta Kirribilli is about nearly half a boat length out in front, so yeah, it'll take a lot of work to overtake them. It looks like they're going to have this race. So that's a boat coxed by Charlotte Clarkin. They're going to take out first, followed by the Redlands crew in lane 3. Then the Redlands crew in lane 2. Loreto Kirribilli in lane 6 will take out 4th. And then the, looks like the Redlands crew in lane 8 will take out 5th place, followed by the Sydney Girls crew. And I believe Pimble Ladies have scratched this race. So anyone not familiar, scratch is when you pull out of the race or potentially do not turn up to the race, so do not start. So it's often quite a challenge trying to coordinate rowers when you've got rowers competing in multiple different events. So if one is running behind or anything sort of goes wrong, you may not make it in time for your next race. So quite a challenge, and it's often that you'll see boats scratch on the day. All right, so Sydney Girls finishing off strong. That was the Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull Division 2. I'll take you over now to one of the highlight races, which is race 27, the Schoolgirl Second 8 and the Schoolgirl First 8. So they've combined these generally if you don't have, if you have two sort of half full races, you can combine them together. And we've got on the far side, the Pimble Ladies Schoolgirl Second 8, coxed by Mia Solomons. In lane 3, also from Pimble Ladies, competing in the Schoolgirl Second 8, coxed by Sanaya Lakhani. In lane 4, from Kinross Rolleroy, also competing in the Schoolgirl Second 8, is the boat coxed by Emily Caro. And then the remainder of the boat, so from lanes 5 all the way to lane 9, that's closest to the grandstand, these are all Schoolgirl First 8. So we've got Loreto Normanhurst, Pimble Ladies, Kinross Rolleroy, Roseville, and then MLC is closest to the grandstand. So what we can see is the Schoolgirl First 8, as expected, in the lead. So at the halfway mark, we've got Kinross Rolleroy, Schoolgirl First 8 out in front, then closely followed by the Pimble Ladies crew and then Loreto Normanhurst. And then the Schoolgirl Second 8, Kinross Rolleroy crew is actually coming out 4th, followed by the MLC Schoolgirl First 8. So if we're just looking at the Schoolgirl Second 8 standings at the moment, we've got Kinross Rolleroy out in front, followed by the Pimble Ladies crew. I think it's interesting to note some of these schools are that incredible at these big boat races. I think Kinross Rolleroy is one that's come up many times today, and you'll see that their first and second 8 are doing incredible, to the point that their second 8 could have probably competed as a first 8 with the times that they're doing at the moment. So really excellent rowing from that school. And so they're really pushing through. Like we've mentioned with the earlier 8s races, it's a lot to coordinate 8 people. Ensuring that everyone's rowing in time is synchronized and sort of helps get a well-functioning and moving boat. So a lot to coordinate. The coxswains will be keeping a close eye on not only steering but technique. I often thought of coxswains as kind of like a second coach in a way. You're really trying to fine-tune the rowing in the moment, on the spot, to really maximize your speed and your performance. So passing the 1500 meter mark, we have Kinross Rolleroy still out in front. They're followed by Pimble Ladies and Loreto Normanhurst. And for the Schoolgirl Second 8, Kinross Rolleroy also still out in front. You'll notice as well that different boats have different formations. So with the sweeps, as it's one oar, sometimes they'll go alternating. Other times, like you'll see with Kinross Rolleroy, they have two sort of in the middle on the same side. Different things work for different boats and different crews. But clearly it's working very well for Kinross Rolleroy because they are taking out first place. That's a crew in lane 7, coxed by Philippa Martin. They'll take out first, followed by Pimble Ladies. And really excellent times that we're seeing on this. So third place will go to Loretto Normanhurst. Then over to the Kinross Rolleroy crew in lane 4. MLC in lane 9. Roseville takes it next. And again, looks like we might have one less boat than initially planned, but the Pimble Ladies crew will be next. So that's the Pimble Ladies crew in lane 3. And it looks like Pimble Ladies in lane 2 did not stop. All right, some fantastic rowing in that race. That's a highlight race for the Schoolgirl regattas, so definitely not one to miss. But the crew that came out in first, Kinross Rolleroy, coxed by Philippa Martin, finished with a time of 6 minutes and 46 seconds, which is really excellent to see. So really strong rowing. These are the elite athletes of their schools. Coming down now on the course is race 28. That's a Schoolgirl Year 10 double scull Division 1. On the far side in lane 2, we have PLC Sydney, which is Isabella McFarlane and Isabel Wadland. In lane 3, also from PLC, is Willow Swift and Claire La. In lane 4 from Sydney Girls is Saskia Alexander and Mia Williams. In lane 5 from MLC, we have Mina Kenthanthus and Isabel Worisvichan. In lane 6, from North Sydney Girls, Xiaozu Liu and Imogen Zabo. In lane 7, also from North Sydney Girls, Luo Jia Tang and Felicity Moy. And in lane 8, closest to the grandstand, is Redlands, Eva Simpson and Isabella Solgard. So they're passing the halfway mark now. Sydney Girls is out in front. That is Saskia Alexander and Mia Williams. They're followed by North Sydney Girls, and then PLC Sydney, MLC, and the other PLC Sydney crew. It's quite interesting to see the different strengths that each school has. I think in my time at Sydney Girls, traditionally we were quite strong in the small boats. So just like today, double sculls, single sculls, we had some excellent rowers. You'll notice that some of the crews like Loretto Kirribilli, Kinross Rolleroy, and Pimble are really, really excellent, stand out at the big boats. So each school sort of has their specialty or their sort of the one that they're strongest at. So quite interesting and great to see all the schools represented at the medals. And you can see at the pontoon now the Kinross Rolleroy crew that just finished celebrating their win. It's a lot of work that these girls put into these races, a lot of effort and physical exertion, but most importantly, I think the mental load that it takes to really focus on a 6-7 minute race is a lot. All right, so sorry about that. So the presentation for race 27, that is the Schoolgirl first 8, and that was also the Schoolgirl second 8. The winners of this race, representing Kinross Rolleroy, Tessa Wong, Laura Chudley, Xanthi Staniforth, Rahni Jarek, Olivia Searle, Lucy Reddy, Emily Wise, Belle Clinton, coxed by Philippa Martin and coached by Andrew Gannon. Congratulations to these girls. This is a highlight race, so you should be very, very proud of yourselves for some excellent rowing. And as those rowers are celebrating, I'll take you over to the current race that is almost nearing completion. That is the Schoolgirl Year 10 Double Scull Division 1. Sydney girls way out in front. That is the rowers Saskia Alexander and Mia Williams doing some excellent rowing. And they're coming up to the last few strokes of this race. They'll be finishing with a time of 8 minutes and 19 seconds. And will be followed by the crew from North Sydney Girls in lane 7, Laura Jia Tang and Felicity Moy. Third place will go to Willow Swift and Claire La from PLC Sydney. The crew from MLC will be taking out 4th place. And you can see just how exhausting these races are. It really takes a toll on these young athletes, but yeah, doing an amazing job. 5th place will go to PLC Sydney in lane 2. That's Isabella McFarlane and Isabel Wadland. And we potentially had a couple scratches and no starts, so that finishes off the Schoolgirl Year 10 Double Scull. For Division 1 anyway, we'll move on to Division 2 of the same race, so Schoolgirl Year 10 Double Scull Division 2. On the far side we have MLC, in lane 3 we have Sydney Girls, lane 4 North Sydney Girls, lane 5 PLC, lane 6 Sydney Girls, lane 7 PLC and lane 8 Tara. All right, so we're coming into the last 500 meters of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Double Scull Division 2, and out in front we have MLC with a really strong lead over second, which is currently Sydney Girls, who are trailing about 17 seconds behind. All right, so before we head over to the presentations for race 28, we're coming up to the end of the current race, race 29. Out in front is MLC still doing an excellent job. With a really, really strong lead. Like, it's quite amazing to see the difference between rowers. There's some really fantastic, strong rowers in the Schoolgirl regattas, and hope to see many of them continue their rowing careers after they finish school. So MLC will take out first with a time of 8 minutes and 44 seconds. Second and third looks like they'll both be going to the Sydney Girls crews. So second going to the crew in lane 6. That is Aisling, Considine and Alice Gow. With a margin of 27 seconds. So quite an incredible feat from the rowers from MLC. Third place will go to the other Sydney Girls crew. And they'll be followed by North Sydney Girls in lane 4. PLC Sydney in lane 7, finishing off their race. And 6th place will either go to PLC or Tara. It's looking like Tara is doing an excellent job of really being in sync, holding their own. It looks like they're going to take it from PLC. So Tara taking out 6th place and then 7th place to PLC. Now, before we head to the presentations of race 28, which was the Schoolgirl Year 10 double scull, just a reminder to all boats and rowers to return your bow numbers to the finishing tower as soon as possible, just to ensure a smooth process for the remainder of the races. On to the presentation for Schoolgirl Year 10 double scull Division 1. The winners of this race, with quite a lead ahead of the second place with a time of 8 minutes and 19 seconds, representing Sydney Girls, is Saskia Alexander and Mia Williams. Well done to those rowers. Coming down the course now is race 30, the Schoolgirl Year 10 single scull Division 1. In the far lane, in lane 1, is Sydney Girls. In lane 3, PLC, Kiara Ewing. In lane 4, from Roseville. Lane 5, we have North Sydney Girls. Lane 7, MLC. And in lane 8, the other PLC rower, Jessica Burrows. Coming out in front at the moment for that race is Kiara Ewing with a 7-second lead over Sydney Girls' Alison Rao. Kiara Ewing's a familiar name, I have to say, and I haven't been doing these regattas all that much, so definitely a standout rower from my understanding, and a name to probably remember, I'd have to say. With less than 250 meters to go for this race, it's looking like PLC's Kiara is still out in front. Sydney Girls, Alison Rao doing an excellent job of catching up. Again, a name that I think might be a bit familiar. So yeah, some of these rowers have been rowing for quite some time and representing their school and probably have the intentions of rowing throughout the rest of their high school career. So this is always an exciting one, Year 10 single scull. This is where you really see some of the key rowers you're going to see in those schoolgirl races. So lane 3, Kiara Ewing, holding really good ground to take out first place. So Kiara takes that with a time of 9 minutes and 10 seconds. She'll be followed by Alison from Sydney Girls with a margin of about 8 seconds. And then it's looking like the rower from MLC, that is Nicola Keast. Followed by the PLC rower who's finished a little bit early, but it often happens. It's quite an exhausting race. But one thing I used to definitely tell my crews when I coxed was keep going until I tell you to stop. So they probably hated me in those moments, but quite crucial when you've got those tight finishes between boats. And it looks like we might have not had the North Sydney Girls crew, so 5th place will go to Roseville, that's Lily Coonan. Apologies, we have North Sydney Girls, we don't have Roseville. So that is Ada Poe. It looks like we might be doing the presentations for race 29, if I'm not mistaken, which is the Schoolgirl Year 10 Double Scull Division 2. So that is the crew from MLC, Adelaide Abernethy and Jemima Blake, coached by Ashley Brooking, Robert Glendenning and Ralph Stanford Maisel. Well done to the crew. Underway, we have Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Scull, that's race 31. In lane 1, we have Sydney Girls, Betty Lynn. In lane 2, from PLC, we have Vicky Russell. In lane 3, from Sydney Girls, Dana Oon. From PLC, in lane 4, it's Carla Rosica. In lane 5, from Tara, Naomi Cross. In lane 6, from Pimble, is Phoebe Pockley. Lane 7 from Sydney Girls, Camille Zankor. In lane 8, also from Sydney Girls, Emily Devlin. And in lane 9 from PLC is Grace Moody. So earlier on in this race, it looked like Camille Zankor was taking the lead, but I can see now that we're passing the 1500 metre mark that PLC's Grace Moody has taken out the lead. Camille from Sydney Girls is following about 3-4 seconds behind. And quite a strong lead over the remainder of the boat. So 23 seconds behind is Vicky Russell from PLC, who's currently in 3rd. And then the remainder of the boats are quite close. So contentious for 1st and 2nd, and then 3rd place will be quite contentious as well. We'll just have to see what happens in this last 500 metres. And we will present race 30 shortly, but just having a look at the race currently underway. So Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Scull Division 2. We have got Grace Moody out in front, doing some excellent rowing. Overtook the Sydney Girls rower in lane 7 earlier on throughout the race, and she is holding her ground. So really strong finish. This is where the rowers will really need to start bringing up the pace. You can tell that the endurance is quite difficult, and you know it gets quite tiring this sort of last leg of the race. But they're doing an excellent job. So Grace Moody will take out first place with a time of 9 minutes and 11 seconds. She'll be followed by Camille Zankel from Sydney Girls, who will take out second place. Third place will be interesting, and I think it's going to go to the rower in lane 4 from PLC. That is Carla Rasika, followed by the Sydney Girls rower Emily Devlin. Fifth looks like it will be going to PLC's Vicky Russell. Then Sydney Girls Betty Lynn. And also from Sydney Girls, Dana Un. And this race will be finished off by Naomi Cross from Tara. So in a moment, we'll go over to the presentations for race 30. That is the Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Scull. And an excellent finish from Tara in that Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Scull. All right, well, if we're ready, we might get underway with the presentation for race 30, Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Scull. And the winner of this race, finishing with a time of 9 minutes and 10 seconds, with an 8-second lead over second place, representing PLC Sydney, Kiara Ewing. All right, we might present the winners of the Schoolgirl Second 8. So that was race 27, if we've got everyone ready. So this was the crew from Kinross Walleroy. I don't have their time with me at the moment, but I do recall this is one where they overtook some of the Schoolgirl first 8 rowers. So quite excellent rowing coming from Kinross Rolleroy, and a really strong second 8. So the crew was Sienna Wilkin, Maggie Kirby, Grace Tancred, Molly Mason, Sophie Loof, Ruby Lego, Jemima Scammell, Katie Smith, coxed by Emily Caro, and coached by Andrew Gannon. Congratulations to Kinross Rolleroy. We might do the presentation of race 4, which is the Schoolgirl 4. I believe some of the medal recipients just now will also be receiving a medal for that race. So if we have everyone around, we might do that one shortly. But just so we're aware of what race is going on at the moment, it's the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed 4, which is race 32 coming down the course now. The Loretta Kirribilli crews all out in front, coming past the 1500 meter mark, doing quite an incredible job. And so it's almost an entirely Loretta Kirribilli race, bar one Pimble crew, if they're still racing. So for this race at the moment, race 32, coming out in front, we have the crew in lane 3, which is coxed by Charlotte Clarkin from Loretta Kirribilli. I believe this is an all Loretta race, so I don't think we have our Pimble crew for this race, so it'll be quite interesting to see. There's quite a big gap between these boats, so the boat in lane 3 really holding an excellent lead, followed not too far behind by the crew in lane 6, so that's coxed by Chloe Olesnicki. And so they finish with a time of 7 minutes and 57 seconds, and just about 1 second behind is the crew in lane 6. Now coming in third will be the crew in lane 7. That is the crew coxed by Lucy Karaminian. Followed by Loretta Kirribilli in lane 5, and then lane 8 will take 5th. I'll quickly take you over to the medal presentation for race 31. That is the Schoolgirl Year 10 single scull. Now, this one was quite an exciting race where the winner of this race was closely trailing in second, but did a fantastic job of overtaking and really holding her own for the remainder of the race. So the winner of race 31, the Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Scull Division 2, goes to Grace Moody from PLC with a time of 9 minutes and 11 seconds. You'll see coming down the course now is race 33, the Schoolboy Year 10 Double Scull. Currently in first, passing the 1500 metre mark, is Kinross Walleroy's crew in lane 3. That's Maddox Broom and Will Kirby. They're followed by St Augustine's in lane 4, Jesse Bray and Lachlan Schofield, and then the Kinross Walleroy crew is coming third after that. So quite a good lead from the boys in lane 3. I think an 8-second lead might not sound a lot, but when you see it on the water, it is quite a difference. So not easy to catch up on, but yeah, these boys are doing quite a good job. And we're reaching the last 100 metres of the Schoolboy Year 10 Double Scull. Kinross Walleroy doing a fantastic job, really holding their ground. It's definitely one that they'll take for the win. Pretty fantastic to see Kinross doing excellent in both the big boats and the small boats. So quite a club to look out for. So they'll finish in first with a time of 7 minutes and 29 seconds. They'll be followed by the crew from St Augustine's in lane 4. And then the Kinross Walleroy boys in lane 6. And then it's looking like St Augustine's in lane 5 will take out 4th place, followed by Redlands in lane 7. Well done to all those rowers. Now, one thing I'm not sure if everyone is aware of, but these regattas, there is a point system to award either a school or an individual rower who's been a standout at the regatta. So there is a junior trophy and a new senior trophy for the Sydney Girls Regatta. So I'll tell you a little bit about the junior trophy, which is named the Consumagius. So Consumagius is a teacher at Sydney Girls High School and has really championed the rowing club at Sydney Girls for many years. So this year actually marks 30 years since Con became head teacher of rowing for Sydney Girls, which means he's been the steward of the rowing club for almost its entire history. Mr. Zam, as we very affectionately call him, has been instrumental in building the club from 15 girls rowing out of a borrowed shed using borrowed boats to a self-sustaining club with its own funding source, using volunteer parent labour, its own boat sheds, and an alumni of over 1,000 rowers, which is an incredible achievement and has allowed a diverse group of students to discover the joys of rowing. I have to say I was one of those very students coming from Western Sydney. It's not something particularly heard of, especially not at a public school. No one quite is familiar with rowing all that much. So Mr. Zam and Sydney Girls Rowing was quite instrumental in opening me up to the world of rowing, and I can say for many of my peers made a huge difference. So quite an exciting moment to mark 30 years of Mr. Zam being head teacher of rowing for Sydney Girls, and it'll be exciting to see which junior rower receives the trophy at the end of the regatta. So the points are calculated throughout the day. After the last race, that's when a winner will be announced, so make sure you stick around for that. Now, currently underway is the Schoolboy Year 10 single scull. We have 3 boats in this race, I believe, which is Redlands in lane 4, that's Noah Jeston. In lane 5 from Kinross Rolleroy is Hamish Searle, and in lane 6 from Redlands is Gus O'Sullivan. Now, I can only see 2 boats, so we think we might have had one scratch, which I'll be able to tell you in a moment. It looks like we have Hamish Searle and Gus O'Sullivan. It looks like Noah Jeston from Redlands may have scratched. So a 2-boat race. Quite an interesting one. It looks like quite a bit of distance. So Kinross Rolleroy looks like they're taking it out in front. So that's Hamish Searle. Quite some distance between him and the Redlands boat. So really excellent rowing. Now we're coming up to the last 250 metres of this race, and it looks like Hamish Searle from Kinross has about a 25-second lead over the Redlands rower, Gus O'Sullivan. So the pace of this race might be a little bit slower, given the disparity in distance, but it's also usually a good opportunity for rowers to really test their limits, if they can beat a PB or figure out sort of their best pace. Races like this are a really great opportunity to really test yourself. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes for time, but quite strong rowing coming from both boats. All right, so first place goes to Hamish Searle with a time of 8 minutes and 19 seconds, followed by Gus O'Sullivan with a really excellent, strong finish, I have to say, with a 11-second margin. So a lot of hard work went into that last 500 metres, coming from Gus O'Sullivan to really more than half that margin, so that was quite impressive. Well done to both rowers. That was the Schoolboy Year 10 single scull. Coming down shortly, we'll have race 35, which is the School Year 8 first coxed quad scull. This is 3 boats, so in lane 4 on the far side we have St. Augustine's, coxed by Max Hart Beavis. In lane 5 we have the Redlands boat, and then in lane 6 from St. Augustine's, coxed by Leo Van Digel. Now I think we may be presenting race 33, the Schoolboy Year 10 double scull. The winners of this race were the time of 7 minutes and 29 seconds, representing Kinross Walleroy, Maddox Broom and Will Kirby, coached by Benjamin Watt and Angus Peterson. Now, as you'll see, it's a bit of a gloomy day today. Everyone's got their umbrellas out. One of the challenges for rowers is that the oars can get quite slippery. If you can imagine, the rain pouring on them doesn't necessarily help. So quite a challenge for rowers, especially the more junior rowers who are still familiarizing themselves with the grip of the oars to, sort of row quite carefully. A big risk is catching crabs. So that's where your oar gets stuck in the water. Quite commonly happens. So it'll be quite a test for these rowers to really withstand these conditions. But yeah, they've been doing an excellent job so far. Now, race 35 is currently underway, and it's quite interesting to see the different levels of preparation at the start of a race. So ordinarily at the start of a race, you'll be all sitting forward, sort of the front of the slide, and oars in, checked, ready to go. Quite interesting to see, I think, at the Year 8 level, the different levels of preparation. So some boats are sort of sitting a little bit further back, but generally you want to all be sitting forward and ready with your blades square. That just helps, one, with speed, not wasting time at the start, and also helps you prevent crabs. So something that these rowers will pick up as they go. But you can tell what a difference it makes, because that Redlands crew was sitting quite ready and prepared for that race, and you can see that they're out in front now. So really excellent job from the Redlands crew in this school Year 8 first Cox Quad Scull. And so one thing I think that I quite appreciate about rowing is, as much as speed and power plays a role, there's a lot that goes into technique, and that can really make or break your race. So not something to overlook, and something that the rowers will become more familiar with as they become more experienced throughout their rowing career. And I guess another interesting thing is the role of the coxswain in really keeping the crew focused and attentive. So one of the biggest challenges, especially in junior years, is rowers looking outside of the boat, and that can very easily tip the boat, affects the balance. So those small minor head movements can actually make a really big difference in the performance of the race. So as a coxswain, one of the best things you can do is really communicate to your crew. They're kind of supposed to be in tunnel vision, looking straight ahead, but as anyone would be, you're quite eager to know where the other crews are and how you're faring in comparison. So it's a big role for the coxswain to really anticipate the things that their crew wants to know and keep them informed of how they're sitting. So one of the biggest challenges is staying focused, looking straight ahead, keeping balanced. It's quite a challenge. Now the Redlands crew has passed the 250 metre mark, way ahead of the other boats. They're doing fantastic, I have to say. Certainly don't look like year 8 rowers, so fantastic to see some really excellent rowing at such junior levels, really in sync, focused, and working as a unit, which is the key to success in the big boat races. So last few strokes for the Redlands crew, doing a fantastic job. And they're probably very excited to hear that buzz to let them know they can finally rest. So the Redlands crew finished with a time of 3 minutes and 57 seconds, which is fantastic at their level and for a 1,000 metre race. They'll be followed by the St. Augustine's crew in lane 4. So that's a crew coxed by Max Hart-Beavis. So they've finished with a margin of 43 seconds behind the Redlands crew. And it looks like the St. Augustine's crew have caught a crab, which is always a challenge and typically happens in the last leg of the race, but they've done an excellent job of bouncing back to keep going. They've still got a few more strokes to go. Excellent job. So fantastic work from all the boats that raced just now. I'll take you over to the presentation of race 23, which is the Schoolboy Cox Quad Scull Division 1, if we have everyone ready. So the winners of the race 23 Schoolboy Cox Quad Scull Division 1, again from Kinross Walleroy, we have, with a time of 6 minutes and 35 seconds, we have Harry Dimmock, Toby Buckland, Oscar Cleary, Oliver Smith, coxed by Henry Baker and coached by Benjamin Watt and Angus Peterson. Coming down the course now, passing the 250 metre mark, is a Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 1, which is race 36. In first, it looks like we have Roseville out in front, followed by, I believe, Pimble Ladies. So a relatively close race. You'll see that the spread isn't all that too large with these rowers, so relatively comparable abilities and performance. So excellent rowing at this level. Roseville's doing fantastic over in lane 1. They'll be taking out first place for this race. And so the Roseville crew finishes with a time of 3 minutes and 52 seconds. They are followed by Loretto Normanhurst in lane 3. Then Pimble Ladies in lane 7. Redlands in lane 9. Loretta Kirribilli in lane 8. And it looks like Sydney Girls will be taking out 6th place. They'll then be followed by a little bit confusing with the numbers, but it looks like Tara. Okay, so we have Roseville, Loretta Normanhurst, Pimble Ladies, Redlands, Loretta Kirribilli, Sydney Girls, Tara, MLC, and PLC. I'll take you over for the presentation of race 34 now. So that is the Schoolboy Year 10 single scull. The winner of that race, the Schoolboy Year 10 single scull, representing Kinross Rolleroy with a time of 8 minutes and 19 seconds, Hamish Searle, coached by Benjamin Watt and Angus Peterson. On the course now is race 37, the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 2. On the far side we have Loretta Kirribilli. Lane 3 we have Roseville. Lane 4 Loretta Normanhurst. Lane 5 Pimble Ladies. Lane 6 Sydney Girls. Lane 7 Tara. Lane 8 PLC. So it looks like at the halfway mark, Loretta Normanhurst was out in front with about a 5-second lead over Pimble Ladies, and then followed by Tara. So these are the 3 to beat. Alrighty, so race 37, Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 2. Out in front we have Loretta Normanhurst. Looks like might have had an issue with the stroke, so they're a 3-person boat at the moment, but they're doing a fantastic job of holding their ground given that. Potentially, possibly a broken oar, which does happen, but fantastic that they're still able to maintain their lead through all of that. Quite a feat of resilience. So that's Loretta Normanhurst in lane 4 that will take out first with a time of 4 minutes and 10 seconds, followed by Pimble Ladies in lane 5, about 4 seconds behind. Tara comes in third. Fourth will be Loretta Kirribilli over in lane 2, then followed by Roseville. And the Sydney Girls crew will take out 6. And PLC finishing off strong over in lane 8. So I will take you for some further medal presentation. So race 35, the school year 8 first Cox Quad Scull. Okay, so the winners of race 35, school year 8 first Cox Quad Scull. This was the race with a 43-second lead, which is quite a feat. That is the crew from Redlands. That is Oliver Stojanovic, Anthony Vass, Jackson Humphreys, Emilio Dressler, coxed by Alice Burneth, and coached by Jeremy Plummer. And you'll notice that a few of these rowers have won medals already today, so they will be quite pleased with themselves, I believe, at the end of the regatta. Coming down the course now is race 38, the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 3. On the far side in lane 2, we have Loretta Kirribilli. In lane 4, North Sydney Girls. Lane 5, PLC. Lane 6, Roseville. Lane 7, Loretta Normanhurst. Lane 8, Tara. And in lane 9, Sydney Girls. It looks like Loretta Kirribilli is out in front, followed by the Sydney Girls crew. Or potentially Loretta Normanhurst is quite close. And they're coming past the 250 metre mark now, so we'll be able to tell shortly. I have to say, second place is looking quite close between the boats. So first looks like it'll be going to Loretta Kirribilli. With 100 metres to go, there's not a whole lot of room for the other boats to catch up, but it's possible. So Loretta Kirribilli is most likely taking out first. Second looks like it'll still be Sydney Girls, but it can change very quickly in just a few strokes. Yep, so Loretta Kirribilli is taking out first place. They've got a time of 4 minutes and 25 seconds, followed by Sydney Girls in lane 9 taking second. Third's going to go to Loretta Normanhurst in lane 7, followed by Roseville in lane 6. And North Sydney Girls in lane 4. That was quite a close one for second and third, I have to say. Some really excellent, determined rowing from all the crews. Sixth place will go to Tara in lane 8. And then PLC in lane 5 will finish off the race. Well done to all those rowers. I'll take you over to the presentation of race 36, that's a Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 1. The winners of this race, with an excellent time of 3 minutes and 52 seconds, representing Roseville, Mimi Mannion, Cassie Gracie, Eleanor Foster, Alicia Jenkins, coxed by Zia Chapman, and coached by Samantha Reeves. Well done to the Roseville crew. All right, now race 39 is very well underway. Coming into the last 100 meters, it looks like we have Roseville out in front. So that's the crew in lane 6, and they've got a pretty decent lead over the crews Loretta Kirribilli and North Sydney Girls. And then it looks like Pimble Ladies is trailing behind them, followed by Sydney Girls. So I think Roseville will likely take this one out again. Some pretty strong, powerful strokes coming from that Roseville crew in this last leg of the race. They'll finish in first with a time of 4 minutes and 22 seconds. So faster than their Division 3 counterparts. Second place will be a bit of a battle between Loretta Kirribilli and North Sydney Girls, but it looks like Loretto has it. Just 1 second, not even 1 second apart between Loretto and North Sydney Girls. The Pimble Ladies crew in lane 3 will take out 4th place, and they'll be followed by Sydney Girls in lane 7.
To say, Simon is in the studio.
Well done to all those rowers. Coming down the course now is race 40. So same race, but Division 5. So that's a Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 5. On the far side, we have Loretta Kirribilli, coxed by Andy Kennard. In lane 5, also from Loretta Kirribilli, coxed by Allegra Thompson. In lane 6, we have the crew from Sydney Girls. And in lane 7, another Loretta Kirribilli crew, coxed by Matilda Murphy. Now with this race underway, it looks like a battle between two of the Loretto Kirribilli crews for first place. As they pass the halfway point, there's only about 1 second difference between them, so anything can change. At the 500 meter mark, we had the crew in lane 4 out in front. So that is the crew coxed by Andy Kennard. Things can definitely change over 500 meters, but it looks like they're holding their ground quite well. They're followed by the Loretto Kirribilli crew, coxed by Allegra Thompson, and then the Sydney Girls crew, followed by the other Loretto Kirribilli boat. And I think the difference you can see between these boats is the synchronicity between the boat in lane 4 and the boat in lane 5. Although there's a lot of power coming from that boat in lane 5, so it looks like they're going to take it, and they've just overtaken them actually. So that's the crew coxed by Allegra Thompson. They're going to take out first with quite a comeback, I have to say. They'll be followed by Loretta Kirribilli in lane 4 with about a 3-second difference between the two times. I think just goes to show how much can change in such a small amount of time. As soon as those rowers switch on and are in sync with each other, it makes a huge difference in terms of the speed and power that they exert. Sydney Girls takes out third. And followed by Loretta Kirribilli in lane 7. I'll take you now to the presentation of race 32, which is the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed 4. So we'll just present race 32, Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed 4. That's the Loretta Kirribilli crew. Which I think we might have gotten the presentations mixed up. So I think that might be race 37, the Loretta and Normanhurst crew, if I'm not mistaken. Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 2, that's on the podium now. That is Kate Dean, Isabella Lander, Annie Shepherd, Charlotte Horton-Smith, and coxed by Claire Kabul. All right, well, coming down the course now is race 41, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Double Scull. Now, it's a little hard to tell from here who's out in front. It looks like it may be possibly the Loretto or the PLC crew. Quite a contentious race, this one, I have to say. We've got pretty much almost a full stack. A little bit of possible lane crossing going on. Always a challenge to stay on course, but these guys are doing an excellent job. From what I can see, it looks like it's between lane 3 and 5, PLC and Loretto Normanhurst. It looks like Loretto might just have it, but yeah, I think Loretto's got it. Almost half a boat length in front of the PLC crew. So Loretto's going to take out first, followed by PLC. Then another Loretto Normanhurst crew, Loretta Kirribilli. And I think that was quite a close one for 5th and 6th. So finishing with a time of 4 minutes and 7 seconds, we had Loretta Normanhurst in lane 5, followed by PLC Sydney in lane 3. Third goes to Loretto Normanhurst crew in lane 7. Fourth will go to Loretto Kirribilli in lane 9. Fifth to Redlands in lane 6. Sixth to North Sydney Girls. Seventh to the Roseville crew, and 8th to Sydney Girls. Okay, I'll take you over for the presentation of race 32, which is a Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed 4, if we have everyone ready. And we'll just ask any rowers that aren't currently receiving their medals just to wait to the side. Okay, so Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed 4, the winners with a time of 7 minutes and 57 seconds, representing Loretto Kirribilli, is Belle Tripp, Indiana Orth, Sophie Mansfield, Paloma Sang, coxed by Charlotte Clarkin. And quickly coming down the course now is race 42, which is the Schoolgirl Year 9 Double Scull. Out in front, we've got the crew from Loretto Normanhurst, that's Sahara Bornstein and Ruby Mullins. Quite a strong lead over their peers, so they'll take out first place with a time of 4 minutes, followed by another Loretto Normanhurst crew over in lane 9, Beatrix Germain and Ruby Matthews, with about an 8-second difference. They'll be followed by Pimple Ladies taking out third. And North Sydney Girls crews taking out 4th and 5th. Sixth place will go to the rowers from MLC. And finishing off the race in lane 2 from Redlands. Excellent work to all those rowers. So we've just presented race 38, the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 3. So the winners for that were Loretto Kirribilli, Sienna Ballantyne, Juliet Cortez, Grace Zuckerman, Penelope House, coxed by Georgie Ryan. We'll present race 39 now, which is Division 4 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull. So if we have the crew ready to present. So the winners of race 39 with a time of 4 minutes and 22 seconds, 3 seconds faster than the fastest time in the division above them. The crew from Roseville, represented by Steph Atkinson, Noni Wilson, Libby Atkinson, Vienna Spear, coxed by Sally Chen and coached by Samia Trara. Now currently underway is race 43, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Double Scull Division 3. On the far side we have Roseville in lane 3, MLC in lane 4, Loretta Normanhurst, lane 5 and 6 is PLC, lane 7, Sydney Girls, lane 8, another MLC crew, and in lane 9, PLC again. And I believe we might have the presentation for race 40 underway, which is Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 5. Winners were Loretta Kirribilli, represented by Lily Heyman, Molly Maddock, Rafaela Robinson, Eloise Stewart, and Cox by Allegra Thompson. That was quite an exciting race, I have to say, so well done to those rowers. Now race 43 is underway and Loretta Normanhurst is really holding their ground on this one. That's the boat of Anna Ward and Alexandra Hare, doing a fantastic job with their rowing. Sydney Girls look like they're coming out in second, and third will be quite an interesting one. It's quite close between the boats. So Loretta Normanhurst is going to take out first place. And they finish with a time of 4 minutes and 5 seconds. They're going to be followed by Sydney Girls in lane 7 with about an 8-second margin, followed by, looks like we've got a bit of lane crossover, but still managed to finish third, which is the crew from PLC. And we've got a few PLC boats about to finish, but I think fourth will, it's quite close between lane 6 and lane 2. Fourth will go to Roseville in lane 2, followed by the PLC crew in lane 6. Then MLC in lane 3. Nope. So first Loretta Normanhurst, second Sydney Girls, third PLC, fourth Roseville, fifth PLC, sixth MLC, and seventh PLC. And again, just a reminder to all crews to return your boat numbers to the finishing tower as soon as possible. And if you are the winner of a race, if you can make your way to the grandstand to receive your medals. We'll move on to the presentation of race 41, which is the Schoolgirl Year 9 Double Scull Division 1. The winners of that race, representing Loretta Normanhurst, Lucy Meek and Lara Dwyer, coached by Polly Sargent. We might quickly move on to the presentation of race 42, which was the Schoolgirl Year 9 Double Scull Division 2, if we have everyone ready. So the winners of that race with a time of 4 minutes, again representing Loretta Normanhurst, Sahara Bornstein and Ruby Mullins, coached by Isaac Shepherd. Now, coming down the course is race 44, the Schoolgirl Year 9 single scull, Division 1. Looks like we have Pimble ladies out in front from the looks of it. Yeah, that's looking like quite a strong race for Claudia Wyatt from Pimble Ladies over in lane 3. So Pimble Ladies will take out first for race 44 with a time of 4 minutes and 14 seconds, followed by lane 7, then lane 9. So lane 7 is PLC Sydney, then followed by Redlands. Quite a close one between those second and third place. They'll be followed by Loretta Normanhurst in lane 8. And Roseville in lane 6, and then Sydney Girls. Then MLC in lane 1, followed by North Sydney Girls in lane 2 and Loretta Normanhurst in lane 4. Now I believe we've just done the presentations for the Schoolgirl Year 9 double scull race 43. And so the winners of that were from Loretta Normanhurst again, Anna Ward and Alexandra Hare. Race 45 is underway. This is the Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Scull Division 2. This is a 1,000 metre race, so the crews are just passing the halfway mark now. Currently in the lead from Sydney Girls, Mia Zhang. She's then followed by the Roseville rower, Sophie Ben, closely followed by Redlands and the remaining boats. So quite close between the rest of the crews, but between first, second and third, there's about 5 to 6 seconds between each of them. So definitely potential for things to change, but quite a good standing, I'd have to say. So looking quite confidently that Sydney Girls might be able to hold first for this one. Actually, we might have that the other way. So it might be Pimble Ladies actually out in front and Roseville in second, Redlands in third from the looks of it. Yeah, Pimble Ladies is definitely out in front. So that's Madison Landgrebe over in lane 2 on the far side. She's holding actually quite a good lead on this race. So quite a decent spread between these boats. So Pimble definitely out in front with a strong finish. Slightly early stop, but I guess you can afford it when you've got all that clear water in front of you. So Madison finishes with a time of 4 minutes and 13 seconds. She'll be followed by Sophie Ben from Roseville, who was about 11 seconds behind, followed by Redlands in lane 6 and the Sydney Girls rower in lane 3. Fifth place will go to Tara, and then 6th will go to PLC Sydney. And Loretta Normanhurst finishing off that race. I'll take you over to the presentation of race 44, which was the Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Scull Division 1. And the winner of that race, representing Pimble Ladies, Claudia Wyatt, with a time of 4 minutes and 14 seconds. And she is coached by Ben Booker. Now, race 46 is currently underway, which is Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Scull. Out in front at the 500-metre mark is Ingrid Sabota from Kinross Rolleroy. She's followed by Scarlett Askew from PLC, and closely followed by a few other boats. So Evelyn Chu from Sydney Girls, and Zoe Naden from Loretta Normanhurst. So quite tight for third place, I'd have to say. But Kinross Rolleroy holding their ground quite well, I have to say. And while we wait for those that race to come through, we'll present the winner of race 45, which was the Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Scull Division 2. And again, we have another winner from Pimble Ladies, who should be very proud of themselves in these single scull heats finals. Representing Pimble Ladies with a time of 4 minutes and 13 seconds is Madison Landgrebe. And she is also coached by Ben Booker. And I'll take you over back to the course now. So race 46, Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Scull. Kinross Rolleroy rower doing amazing. That's Ingrid Sabota, coached by James Perrin. She's definitely got a strong lead on this race. Things can change at this point, but she is holding her ground quite well, I have to say. It will be interesting to see what happens for second and third. That's definitely one to keep your eye out for. It looks like some overtaking has happened in the last 500 meters. which always makes for an exciting race. Sydney Girls doing quite impressive to overtake. So Kinross Rolleroy is going to take out first. Second will go to Sydney Girls, who had quite a comeback over that 500 meters. It'll be a bit of a battle for third. Third looks like it'll go to Loretto Normanhurst's Zoe Naden. Fourth to PLC's Scarlett Askew. Now these were quite close, these last few finishes, so quite impressive for fourth, fifth and sixth, which all are about a second or less apart. Underway now is race 47, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Scull Division 4, and I believe we have a full house for this one. So over on the far side in lane 1, we have Loretto Normanhurst, Tiffany Morley. In lane 2, we have Redlands. In lane 3, Jazz Bourgogne from Loretto Normanhurst. In lane 4, Sydney Girls is Eliza Oberd. In lane 5, from PLC Sydney, we have Obi Cohen. In lane 6, Pinball Ladies. In lane 7, Roseville. In lane 8, Eloise LeVay from Loretto Normanhurst. And in lane 9 is Amy McDonald from Sydney Girls. So after the 5, sort of halfway point, it looks like the Pinball Ladies rower is out in front. That's Annabelle Lake Hughes. And she's closely followed by Amy McDonald from Sydney Girls. We're coming up to the last 100 meters. Pinball Ladies still out in front, doing a fantastic job. A little bit of a battle for second, but I think Sydney Girls still has it. Though Roseville is quickly catching up. So Annabella from Pinball Ladies will take out a very strong first place for this race. She'll finish with a time of 4 minutes and 27 seconds, followed by Amy McDonald from Sydney Girls. Millie Phillips from Roseville in lane 7 will take out third. A bit of a battle for fourth. Oh, that'll be a photo finish. So between PLC Sydney in lane 5 and Loretto Normanhurst in lane 3, we'll have a photo finish. 6 will go to Eloise LeVay from Loretto Normanhurst over in lane 8. 7th to Tiffany Morley from Loretto Normanhurst. And Eliza Obed from Sydney Girls finishing in 8th. So we'll let you know the outcome of 4th place once we have the results from the photo finish. But 1st, 2nd and 3rd are all decided. So 1st is Pimple Ladies, 2nd Amy McDonald from Sydney Girls, and 3rd Millie Phillips from Roseville. Now, it looks like we might have had a bit of a dilemma for the Redlands rower in race 47, but the boat race officials are all on it, so she'll be taken care of. And so the rowers for race 48 are currently lining up at the 1,000 metre mark. That's a school Year 9 first Cox Quad Scull. On the far side in lane 3, we have Kinross Rolleroy crew coxed by Sam Thomas. In lanes 4 and 5, we have the St. Augustine's Cruise. So lane 4 coxed by Elliot Thurkelson, and lane 5 coxed by Sam Pickard. In lane 6, another Kinross Rolleroy crew coxed by Jackson Bodin. And in lane 7, the Redlands crew coxed by Arav Basu. And race 48 is underway with a really strong start from the crews in lanes 6 and 7. That's a Kinross Rolleroy and Redlands crews. It's amazing how how much distance and speed that these boats can build up in such few strokes. Now the school Year 9 first Cox Quad Scull are passing the 500 metre mark. So out in front, we have Kinross Walleroy crew in lane 3. They're closely followed, it's almost neck and neck with the Redlands crew over in lane 7. It's quite actually a close race. Lane 6, Kinross Walleroy crew is in 3rd, but just a couple seconds behind, so a lot can change in this last 500 metres, but quite impressive rowing that we're seeing from both schools in these sort of bigger boat races. So we are presenting the winner for race 47. That's a Schoolgirl Year 9 single scull. That is from Pimble Ladies, Annabella Lake Hughes. And if we cast our eyes to the course, Kinross Walleroy out in front in lane 3, really excellent rowing, super strong finish. I think a well-deserved first place for them. They'll be followed by the Redlands crew in lane 7, and then Kinross Walleroy in lane 6. So excellent times on this one. The Kinross Walleroy crew in first finished with a time of 3 minutes and 29 seconds, closely followed by the Redlands crew, finished just under 4 seconds later. And the St. Augustine's crews will take 4th and 5th. We have one final race before we break for lunch. So this is 2 races in one. We've got the Schoolboy Year 9 second Cox Quad Scull, I believe, and the Schoolboy Year 9 third Cox Quad Scull. So for this race of 49, it'll just be a few minutes before we get started. Unfortunately, one of the boats has copped a broken oar, luckily before the start of the race, so just as the teams work together to get them a replacement oar, I'll read out the crews for this race. So this is a majority Redlands race. Over in lane 4, so that's the furthest side from us, that is Redlands crew coxed by Lily Van Hulsen. Next to them in lane 5, also from Redlands, is the crew coxed by Calvin McNabb. In lane 6, again from Redlands, the crew coxed by Sam Parsons. And in lane 7, from Redlands, the crew coxed by Logan Trass. In lane 8, we have a Kinross Rollerway crew, and they are coxed by Max Kenny. Now the crew in lane 4, so that's a Redlands crew, they're competing in the Schoolboy Year 9 Division 2 Cox Quad Scull. The remainder of the boats are competing in Division 3. So 2 separate races. We'll have 2 winners for this. Obviously one given will be the Redlands crew in lane 4, though I'm sure this will be a good opportunity for them to really test themselves and work towards a personal best, hopefully. And then for the remainder of the crews, it will certainly be a battle to see who can take out the first place. Given we have the time, we might do the presentation for race 48, which is the School Year 9 First Cox Quad Scull. This was a pretty impressive race, I have to say, quite enjoyable to watch. The winners of this race with a time of 3 minutes and 29 seconds, representing Kinross Rollerway, is Chuck Fletcher, Xavier Zinger, Heathcliff Bell, Ash Robinson. Cox is Sam Thomas, and they are coached by Benjamin Watt, Will Stanley Davies, and Angus Peterson. Well done to those rowers, and maybe a few faces and names you'll have to keep an eye out for in future years. Alrighty, and race 49 is underway. This is Schoolboy Year 9, Division 2 and Division 3 Cox Quad Scull. A strong start from the Kinross Walleroy crew. As usual, I think this is probably one of their strengths, is these pretty incredible starts. And it's quite easy to make or break a race from that early on. Even just the motivation factor, I think knowing that you've got a lead, it's sometimes easy to just hold on to that. That being said, there's also usually a lot of drive from the crews coming in second and third to try and overtake their peers. So it'll be an interesting race for sure. Lots of Redlands crews, so they'll be quite familiar with each other and probably quite competitive to see who can win. So yeah, it'll be an interesting race for sure. Now that's at the 1,000 meter mark, so this is half the length of the course. Still quite a challenge. Most of these rowers will be in their second season, so still relatively junior, but they've got a season under their belt, so some experience there, and they'll know what things to look out for, particularly those crabs, and for the coxswains, that steering is going to be particularly crucial. Now, it's looking from what I can see that the Kinross Walleroy crew is out in front of the entire pack. The Redlands crew in lane 4 might be then closely coming second. And then a few Redlands boats in the middle, sort of hurting the pack. All right, yep, so they're passing the 500 meter mark now, so I can confirm Kinross Walleroy is out in front. So that's Max Laird, Clancy Hazelton, Angus Sawtell, Ted Sheedy, and coached by Max Kenny, coached by Will Stanley Davies. Very closely followed by the Redlands crew in lane 4, then lane 5, then lane 6. So a little bit of a battle between the Redlands 1 and Redlands 2 boats. Alrighty, now the Kinross crew have passed the 250 meter mark and they're coming quite close to the end now, so really strong rowing. I have to say, this crew and among the many others at Kinross Walleroy have been doing incredible in these quads, sort of the bigger boats. Really impressive to see. Same goes for Redlands, and so it's quite interesting rowing to see. Very in sync, powerful strokes, which is very impressive at this sort of junior career point for them. Super in sync rowing. I think that's probably one of my favorite things to see at the junior level. So Kinross Walleroy will take out first place. They finish with a time of 3 minutes and 36 seconds, which is quite impressive. They'll be followed by, of course, the rest of the Redlands crews, but it looks like it'll be the crew in lane 4. So that's the Division 2 crew. So they'll also take out first for their their division. Second will go to the crew in lane 5. And third goes to the crew in lane 6, and I don't believe we had the Redlands crew in lane 7. So that, I believe, wraps up the races prior to lunch. So we're going to break for lunch for about an hour. The next race is scheduled to start at 1:15, which will be the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull Division 1. And just before we break for lunch, I'd like to just speak about one of the new trophies that is being presented at the Sydney Girls Regatta for the first time. So I spoke previously about the Consumagius, which is a long-standing trophy, but now we have the new senior trophy called the Trent Family. So the Trent family have been enormous supporters of Sydney Girls High School and Sydney Girls rowing for many years. I actually started rowing with Charlotte Trent. Yeah, it's been quite some years now. They've been a huge asset to not only the school but the rowing club. So the Trent family comprises Ron and Pitt, the parents, and their children Charlotte and Tim. So Charlotte was a Sydney Girls rower and Tim a Sydney Boys rower. So Charlotte graduated as vice captain of Sydney Girls in 2017, and she rowed all throughout high school. So from the very beginning through to year 12, and then began coaching rowing while doing her HSC and then into uni as well. Charlotte's volunteering spirit certainly comes from her parents, who were the backbone of the Sydney Girls P&C for many years. Ron was the P&C president in 2017, during which time he helped to establish the Sydney Girls Foundation, serving on the board and helping fund the Governor's Centre. Pitt was the treasurer of the Sydney Girls Rowing Club and a regular at our rowing sleepovers and organizer of boot camps. Certainly was, boat camps. It wasn't a Sydney Girls boat camp without Pitt there. She stayed on as treasurer of the club for nearly 2 years after Charlotte had graduated, and in addition to rowing, has helped in the Sydney Girls uniform shop, the canteen, and at every possible school event you can think of. So Ron and Pitt continue to remain close supporters of Sydney Girls and Sydney Girls rowing, even though their children have graduated university and moved into their careers. As our recently retired past principal, Andrea Connell, said, for close to a decade at every Sydney Girls event, the Trent family were there to help. Their name is on the Sydney Girls Honour Board, and we have a beautiful quad named in their family's honour. And now we have a wonderful Sydney Girls Regatta trophy to recognise their outstanding contribution to Sydney Girls and Sydney Girls rowing. And on a personal note, I have to say that the Trent family have been a huge help and a huge sort of key part of Sydney Girls rowing. Definitely is where Charlotte and I became close friends, was through rowing, and it holds a very special place in my heart, and very happy to see the Trent family being recognised once again for their contributions. So we'll have the presentations and the announcement of the winners of both the Trent Family Trophy and the Consumagius Trophy after the end of the final race, but we will break for lunch in the meantime and return around 1:15 for race 50. Alrighty, welcome back. I hope everyone had a fantastic lunch break and is ready to get into the second half of the regatta. So lining up now, we have race 50, which is the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull Division 1. I believe we have all our boats possibly ready at the start line. So that's a 2,000 meter mark. So on the far side, in lane 3, we have PLC Sydney. In lane 4, Loretta Kirribilli. Lane 5, Sydney Girls. Lane 6, Roseville. And the side closest to the grandstand, in lane 7, we have Tara. So we'll be getting underway shortly. They're just lining everyone up, and we're due to kick off at 1:15. So I believe we're missing the PLC Sydney crew in lane 3, so we may just have 4 for this race. And they're off. Now, like we've mentioned, a 2,000 meter race is quite a long race, but these first sort of 100, 250 meters are still quite crucial. Really sets the tone for the rest of the race. So getting a lead in quite early can be quite important between coming first and second, or even placing. And so you can see those boats heading down now. We have a fantastic view from the boat race officials' view. So you can see quite excellent rowing from all the crews. You can see Sydney Girls and next to them Roseville, almost neck and neck. And we're coming up to the 500 meter mark, and it's looking quite close between all the crews. Tara falling just sort of behind Roseville and Sydney Girls from what I can see at this angle. Haven't quite got vision of Loretta Kirribilli at the moment, but they're known to be quite excellent in the quads, so I wouldn't expect them to be too far from the group. And just as I suspected, I think Loretta Kirribilli is out in front, slight lead. Looks like Roseville slightly in second. Tara actually doing fair better than I originally thought. Okay, so Loretta Kirribilli in first at the 500 meter mark, Tara in second, Sydney Girls in third, and Roseville in fourth at the moment. Still plenty of time for things to change, but it is looking quite interesting and quite close at the moment. Now, as this race is coming down, it's probably a good time to remind all crews that are yet to collect their medals to head on over to the grandstand and you can receive your medals to congratulate you on your wonderful efforts. And maybe snap a few pictures with your crew. And also a reminder to remember to collect your bow numbers, and if you no longer need yours, to return it to the finishing tower as soon as possible. We're coming up to the 1,000 metre mark, and these boats are holding quite a good pace. Loretta Kirribilli still out in front, and they've got some clear water between them and looks like Sydney Girls, who's in second, who've overtaken. Tara falling behind a little bit compared to before, so now it's Loretta Kirribilli, followed by Sydney Girls, Roseville, and then Tara. But all in all the boats are looking quite close between second, third, and fourth, so it'll be quite contentious. And if Loretta Kirribilli can hold this ground that they're and this excellent pace, I can see them definitely taking this one for the win. Passing the 1,500 metre mark now, and Loretta Kirribilli still holding really strong, followed by Sydney Girls, who's got quite a bit of space between them and the next boat, which looks like Roseville. Then they'll be followed by Tara. So the spread's sort of increased now. It was quite neck and neck earlier on in the race, but you can see that Loretta Kirribilli and Sydney Girls have really used this opportunity to sort of differentiate themselves from the rest of the pack. Still quite a bit of space, so it'll be interesting to see whether Sydney Girls can sort of lessen that gap between them and Loretta Kirribilli, but quite strong rowing from all the crews, definitely. Coming into the last 250 metres, and this is where the crews are really going to have to start picking up the pace. Full sprint will probably hit around the last 100 metres, but this is where they've really got to increase that power, that drive, and start building up their stroke rate to really finish off this race on a high. Loretta Kirribilli is still holding out strong. I can't see this win being taken from them at this point. It's a bit late in the race, but hopefully Sydney Girls can try and catch up the best they can and shorten that margin between the first and second. All crews, rowing really well, smooth. Loretta Kirribilli has just finished with a time of 7 minutes and 47 seconds. They'll be followed by Sydney Girls, who just trail 4.5 seconds behind. Roseville will then take out third, and they'll be followed by Tara in fourth. Now, Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 10, Heat 2 of Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull Division 1 is currently underway. So that is race 51. They are coming up to, just past the 500 metre mark actually, and currently in first it's North Sydney Girls, followed very closely by Lotto Normanhurst and Redlands, and then MLC. So not a lot of space between first, second, and third, so things can definitely change, but North Sydney Girls doing a great job in the first 500 metres, taking the lead, and if they can maintain that, this potentially could take the full win. And we've just hit the halfway mark. North Sydney Girls still holding their lead. Again, closely followed by Redlands, less than 2 seconds apart between the boats. So we're talking less than a boat length there. Followed very, very closely by Lotto Normanhurst. So it's quite neck and neck between the two boats. And then a little bit more distance between MLC. They're falling a little bit behind from the pack. But it'll be quite interesting to see how first, second and third place. Still room for things to change for that first place spot. North Sydney Girls has been holding it, but with 1,000 metres, a lot can change in that amount of time. So it'll be interesting to see whether the other crews have that drive to really overtake. Now we've just passed the 1,500 metre mark, and Redlands has overtaken North Sydney Girls. So just as I suspected, they probably had a bit of drive in them for that sort of middle portion of the race. They've overtaken. They've got about a just under 2 second lead ahead of North Sydney Girls. Lotto Normanhurst falling further behind than before, so they're about 6 seconds behind second place, which is now North Sydney Girls. So it'll certainly be between Redlands and North Sydney for first. Lotto Normanhurst holding a pretty comfortable third, and they'll be followed by MLC, who will likely take out fourth at this stage. And we're presenting race 50 now. You'll see at the medal stand. So that's for the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull Division 1 Heat 1. The winners of that race with a time of 7 minutes and 47 seconds are Loretto Kirribilli, represented by Paloma Sang, Sophie Mansfield, Charlie Reeves, Indiana Orth, and coxed by Charlotte Clarkin. So congratulations to the crew. And if we take a look at the race at hand, I would say Redlands quite comfortably has this from this angle. They've really built up their power, and you can just see the difference between them and the other crews. The power and speed at which they're moving is quite a bit stronger than the rest of the boats. So I'd quite comfortably say they'll take this one for the win. Just goes to show how much can change over the course of a race. 2,000 meters is a long race, so plenty of room to catch up and change the order of things. But Redlands is going to take that one for the win with plenty of clear water between them and North Sydney Girls. Redlands finishes with a time of 8 minutes and 6 seconds. They're followed by North Sydney Girls in lane 7, finishes about 8 seconds behind them. Loretto Normanhurst will take out third. And MLC will take out the fourth place. And now for race 52, the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull Division 2. We have almost a full house. Pimble Ladies has scratched this race. So over in lane 2, we have Loretta Curabili. In lane 3, Kinross Walleroy. In lane 5, Tara. Lane 6, Loretta Normanhurst. Lane 7, Sydney Girls. Lane 8, Redlands. And in lane 9, PLC. And they're just passing the halfway mark now. As expected, Kinross Walleroy is out in front with a 6-second lead ahead of Loretta Curabili, who's also ahead of PLC, and then followed by Redlands. So quite typical for what we've seen for today is the Kinross and Loretta Curabili crews out in front, particularly in these quads and the big boats. I think this is where they really particularly shine. So it'll be quite interesting to see how they fare, but I wouldn't be surprised if Kinross takes this one out for the win again. With only 500 metres to go for this race, Kinross Walleroy has really pulled ahead of the Loretto Curabili crew, so quite comfortably I think they'll take out first place for this. Falling about 11 seconds behind them is the Loretto Curabili crew, and then a similar distance apart is PLC. So first, second and third are looking quite convincing at this point. I don't know if any crew can really sort of overtake that in just 500 metres, but they'll definitely be working towards reducing those margins between them. So it'll be quite interesting to see, and particularly for 4th, 5th and 6th, they are not too far from each other. And just as expected, Kinross Walleroy is going to take out first place. They finished with a time of 7 minutes and 53 seconds. So actually better than the Division 1 race prior to them. Loretta Kirribilli is taking out second, about 14 seconds behind them. So yeah, a bit of a larger margin between them over that last 500, 250 meters. A bit of a battle for third place between lane 8 and lane 9. That's Redlands and PLC. It looks like PLC's got it by just a fraction. So about less than 2 seconds difference between them. So PLC takes out third, Redlands takes out fourth. And that leaves Sydney Girls in fifth. And they'll be followed by Loretta Normanhurst taking out sixth place and Tara in seventh. And with that, Tara crosses the line. We finish the Division 2 race and we cast our eyes back up the course for Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull. We can see that Sydney Girls was initially leading the first half of the race, but Loretta Kirribilli has just overtaken them by a fraction, less than a second. So it's looking like it's between Loretta Kirribilli and Sydney Girls for this race. So everyone's passing the 1,000-meter mark now. We've got Loretta Kirribilli out in front, followed by Sydney Girls. Then Loretta Normanhurst about 11 seconds behind them, closely followed by Pimble, who's in lane 7. Now you can see the boats are starting to tire. The halfway mark is particularly challenging, but at the lower divisions as well, the pace starts to slow down in this sort of middle section. It's kind of hard to keep that momentum, but the crews are all doing really well. And maybe once they get to that final 500, that will kind of give them the push that they need. But looking still pretty neck and neck between Sydney Girls and Loretta Kirribilli. So it'll be interesting to see who has that drive in this last leg of the race. With 500 meters to go, Loretta Kirribilli has made some really good headway, and there's some clear water between them and Sydney Girls, so it's looking like Loretta Kirribilli, if they can maintain this, will take out the win for this race. Sydney Girls following about 7 seconds behind them, and quite a bit of space between them and the following crews. So Loretta Normanhurst currently in third from the looks of it, followed by then Pimble and PLC. Now you'll notice that each crew has sort of a different strategy for how they tackle a 2,000 metre race. One thing I'll note about Loreto Kirribilli is that they have excellent endurance from the looks of it, so really focusing on that power and maintaining a comfortable pace throughout the race, but it seems to get them far in the long run. So yeah, they've done a fantastic job overtaking the Sydney Girls crew, and looks like they'll be quite comfortable for the rest of the race. So Loreto Kirribilli is taking out first, making some really excellent headway. They finish with a time of 8 minutes and 23 seconds. They'll be followed by Sydney Girls, who's not too far behind. Loreto Normanhurst takes out third. They're followed by Pimble Ladies, and then PLC takes out fifth. And if you cast your eyes to the pontoon, you can see we're presenting the winners of race 51 with their medals. So that was the crew from Redlands with a time of 8 minutes and 6 seconds. That's Grace Ford, Lillian Forsyth, Eva Simpson, Isabella Solgard, coxed by Lily Van Hulsen and coached by Beth McLellan. We'll now present the winners of race 52. That's Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull Division 2. The winners from Kinross Wallaroi with a time of 7 minutes and 53 seconds is Livy Taylor, Charlotte Doyle, Zara Broom, Sienna McFarlane, coxed by Harriet Barnett and coached by Emma Fessy. We'll now present the winners of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull Division 3. The winners of that race with a time of 8 minutes and 23 seconds, representing Loretto Kirribilli. We have Kiara Crino, Meg Warburton, Manny Chiswick, Grace Edwards, and coxed by Lucy Karamanian. And crossing the finish line now for the Schoolgirl Year 10 Division 4 and Division 5 Cox Quad Scull. Kinross Walleroy in lane 2 has just finished first with a time of 7 minutes and 47 seconds. They're followed by their peers also from Kinross Walleroy and another Kinross Walleroy crew. The Loretto Kirribilli crew in lane 4 will then take out 4th place, followed by the Loretto Normanhurst crew, and finally the Loretto Kirribilli crew in lane 6. And as the Loretto Kirribilli crew crosses the line, you'll see that we have another race trailing very closely behind. That's race 55, the Schoolboy Year 10 Coxed Quad Scull. It looks like, again, Kinross Walleroy leading, closely followed by St. Augustine's and another Kinross Walleroy crew. So they're coming up into the last 100 metres now, quite close between Kinross and St. Augustine's. But as we've seen, Kinross is quite a strong competitor, so it looks like they'll probably take out the win for this one. Yeah, they're really building some speed and power in this last few strokes of the race, so really building up to about almost a boat length in front. So they'll finish in first, closely followed by St. Augustine's. And another Kinross crew. So that race, that's just the race 54 that finished a little bit earlier. So that was Division 5 and Division 4 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull. So as that was 2 races in one, we'll have 2 winners. So the winner of the Division 4 race was Regatta Kirribilli 4. That was the crew coxed by Adelaide Russell. And the winner of the Division 5 race, and also the overall winner with the fastest time in that particular race, was the Kinross Walleroy crew coxed by Sophie Caro. So we'll have 2 medal presentations for that race. Coming down the course now, we have race 56, which is a Schoolboy Year 10 second Cox Quad Scull. Now this one's looking like a relatively tight race. So currently out in front we have Kinross Walleroy, who's in lane 9, very closely followed by the Redlands and the Kinross Walleroy boats. Quite neck and neck between sort of the 2nd, 3rd and 4th place. So we'll see how this plays out over the next 1,500 metres. They're almost coming up to the halfway mark now, so things might have changed in that time, but not surprisingly, Kinross Walleroy still holding first. Redlands just trailing 1 second behind, so there's still potential, but if it's anything like what we've seen throughout the day, Kinross will quickly make some further headway and make it a little bit tougher on the others to catch up. We'll now present the winners of the race 54, the Division 4 race. So that's Schoolgirl Year 10 Division 4 Cox Quad Scull. The winners of that race were Regatta Kirribilli. Okay, so with a time of 8 minutes and 39 seconds, that was the Regatta Kirribilli crew, Claudia Campbell, Beatrix Cadman, Annabelle Kovacs, Alex James, and coxed by Adelaide Russell. We're now presenting the winners of race 55, Schoolboy Year 10 Cox Quad Scull, which goes to Kinross Walleroy. That's Hugh Nash, Maddox Brougham, Hamish Searle, Will Kirby, coxed by Jock Peterson, and with a time of 6 minutes and 40 seconds. And you'll see right behind is the Schoolboy Year 10 second Cox Quad Scull underway between Redlands and Kinross Walleroy. It'll be interesting to see who takes this one. I think Kinross has this. It's a bit hard to see at this angle, but we're coming up to the finish line, and yeah, it's looking like Kinross has got about half a boat length ahead of Redlands. They'll take out first place, followed by, oh, that was a close one. I think Redlands still had it, but Kinross really caught up in those last few strokes, so certainly gave them a run for their money. But it looks like Kinross takes out first with 7 minutes and 25 seconds, followed by Redlands about 5 seconds later, and Kinross half a second behind them. Coming down the course now, we have race 57. It's a Schoolgirl double scull Division 1. Out in front, it looks like we've got Loretto Kirribilli who's got a really strong lead ahead of the next crew, which is Loretto Normanhurst and then MLC. So quite a bit of distance between the crews in this race. So quite a comfortable one for Loretto Kirribilli. They'll be taking out first place for this, and they're coming into the last sort of 50 meters of the race, and yeah, going quite strong. It'll be a little bit of a battle between the other crews, but Loretto Normanhurst doing quite well as well. They'll quite comfortably take out second place on this race. So Loretto Normanhurst finishes in second, about 27 seconds behind the Loretto Kirribilli crew. That's quite a strong win from them. Third will go to MLC in lane 5. And followed by, it looks to be Sydney Girls in lane 2. Though quite some excellent rowing coming from PLC in lane 7. And we're into the last 500 meters of race 58. That's a Schoolgirl double scull division 2. Out in front, it looks like it was Loretto Normanhurst, then followed by Loretto Kirribilli. So I think one thing we've seen today is Loretto Normanhurst is pretty excellent at these small boat races. So not particularly surprising, but they're doing an excellent job. Third at the moment looks like to be Redlands, but it's definitely a race between Loretto Normanhurst and Loretto Kirribilli at the moment, with Normanhurst certainly putting in a lot of work in this last 100 meters, and there's plenty of clear water between them and the Kirribilli crew, so they'll take out first quite comfortably, and followed by Loretto Kirribilli. We'll now present the winners of race 57. That's the Schoolgirl Double Scull Division 1. Now, the winners of this race won quite a comfortable win with a 27-second lead over second place. The winners of this race from Regatta Kirribilli are Avery Bramble and Grace Woodward. And coming down into the last 100 metres now, it's race 59, the Schoolgirl Double Scull Division 3. Out in front, we have Loretta Normanhurst, that is Annabelle Roche and Patricia Boland. I think these are names I recognize from previous races, so definitely some rowers to look out for. They are going to finish a very comfortable first, well ahead of the other rowers in this race. Second will be Regatta Kirribilli, who's quite a bit behind Loretta Normanhurst, but still really excellent. This is quite a spread out race, which is very interesting to see at the schoolgirl level. So Loretta Normanhurst finished with a time of 7 minutes and 54 seconds. They're then followed by Regatta Kirribilli, who's about 27 seconds behind them from the looks of it. So that was Tara that took out third for the Schoolgirl Double Scull Division 3. Sydney Girls will take out fourth place for this race. So quite a spread between the crews in this race. So about 27 seconds between first and second, 37 seconds between second and third, and then 55 seconds, so nearly a minute between third and fourth. So quite a spread out race for sure. Redlands finishing off race 59, the Schoolgirl Double Scull Division 3, with all their wonderful peers out there cheering them on and supporting them. A fantastic effort from everyone in this race. We'll cast our eyes to the 250 metre mark. We have race 60, which is Division 4 of the Schoolgirl Double Scull coming down. It looks like we have MLC out in front, leading the pack, followed by Loretta Kirribilli and then Loretto Normanhurst. And so taking the win for race 60 is MLC in lane 4. That's Ashley Denton and Ella Hu with a time of 8 minutes and 25 seconds. They are then followed by Loretta Kirribilli in lane 3, then Loretta Normanhurst in lane 5, MLC in lane 6, and Loretta Normanhurst in lane 2 taking 5th. I will now present the medals for race 59, which is Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Double Scull, finishing with a time of 7 minutes and 54 seconds, and representing Loretto Normanhurst. It's Annabelle Roche and Patricia Boland. We'll then present the winner for race 46, which was the Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Scull Division 3. With a time of 4 minutes and 25 seconds, representing Kinross Walleroy, it's Ingrid Sabota, coached by James Perrin. We'll present the winner for race 56, which is the Schoolboy Year 10 second coxed quad scull. The winners of race 56, representing Kinross Wallaroy, and with a time of 7 minutes and 25 seconds, we have Matthew Lothar, Joe Dunworth, Jack Burke, Austin Cutter, coxed by Harry Grinter and coached by Benjamin Watt and Will Stanley Davies. Race 61 coming up to the finish now. In first place we have looks like PLC in lane 2, and Emily Barrett finishes with a time of 8 minutes and 26 seconds. She'll be followed by the Sydney Girls rower in lane 6, that's Xenia Palmer. Then it looks like she'll be followed by lane 4, which is MLC, although lane 9's really bringing it up. That's the Redlands rower. It looks like MLC just took it. Closely followed by Redlands in lane 9. Then UTS in lane 3. I think that's the first UTS entry we've had so far. So coming down the course now is race 62, the Schoolgirl Single Scull Division 2. They've just passed the 1500 metre mark, but we might do a medal presentation, I believe, for race 60, which is Division 4 of the Schoolgirl Double Scull. The winners of race 60, representing MLC, and with a time of 8 minutes and 25 seconds, we have Ashley Denton and Ella Hu, coached by Ashley Brooking, Robert Glendenning, and Rafe Stanford Measle. And about to cross the finish line now, it's race 62, the Division 2 of the Schoolgirl single scull. We've got a clear lead from lane 7, which is Sophie Winall from MLC. And I think, fitting her surname, she will win this race. Second is looking a little bit tight, but it looks like it's going to the Redlands rower in lane 8. That's Jemima Hugman. Followed by lane 2, which is Sydney Girls, is Bonnie Steele. Then the 2 Redlands rowers come in 4th and 5th. So we have race 63 coming down now, which is the Schoolboy double scull. Currently, I think we have St. Augustine's in first, followed by the 2 Kinross Wallaroi boats. But I might just take this moment to announce the winner of the junior trophy. So this is the Consumagius trophy, and for anyone that missed it earlier, Consumagius is, affectionately as we call him, Mr. Zam, is the head teacher of rowing for Sydney Girls High School and has essentially been the steward for Sydney Girls Rowing Club for almost its entire history. So it's been 30 years since he became head teacher of rowing at Sydney Girls, and he's had a huge impact on the school. So in just a moment, we might announce the winner, the school winner of this trophy. But if we cast our eyes to the course, we can see the Schoolboy double scull coming down now. St. Augustine's is still holding their first place, so it looks like they'll quite comfortably take out first, and they'll be followed by the 2 Kinross Wallaroi crews. So St. Augustine's finishes with a time of 7 minutes and 6 seconds. They're then followed by the Redlands crew in lane 4. Kinross Wallaroi crew in lane 4. And Redlands will take out 4th and 5th. So we've got 2 more races for the regatta, after which we will announce the trophy winners for the Consumagius and Trent family trophy. So stick around, it'll be an exciting one to announce, and I'm sure the schools will be quite eager to see who's come out on top for each of those. But coming down the track now is race 64, which is a Schoolboy single scull. Over on the far side in lane 3, we have Redlands, Connor Morrison. In lane 4, we have St. Augustine's Jason Cow. In lane 5 and 6, we have Redlands as well. And in lane 7, we have Kinross Walleroy's Harry Dimmock. So they're heading down now. I believe they are past the 500 metre mark, so still quite a bit of a way to go. Currently we've got Kinross Walleroy's Harry Dimmock out in front, but he's closely followed by Angus Mickens from Redlands, and then St. Augustine's rower not far behind them. We might present the winner of race 61 in a moment. That's the Schoolgirl Single Scull Division 1. The winner of this race with quite an excellent time, about a 17-second margin ahead of second place, and representing PLC Sydney is Emily Barrett. All right, so coming down the course now, race 64, Schoolboy Single Scull. We're coming into the last 250 metres of this race. And out in front, we've got still Harry Dimmock from Kinross Walleroy. He's got quite a strong lead ahead of the second, which is Redlands, Angus Mickens at the moment. So positions haven't changed, but the distance between the boats has. So excellent performance from Kinross Walleroy, even in the small boats, which is quite excellent to see. So they're coming into almost the last 100 metres now. So this is the final push. And Schoolboy Single Scull is quite a prestigious race. So definitely one to be proud of for winning. And it looks like Kinross Walleroy's rower will be quite happy at the end of this. So really strong, powerful strokes at the end of this race, bringing up the rate, which is just like what we like to see at the end of a race. A really strong finish coming from Harry Dimmock with a time of 7 minutes and 28 seconds. He's then followed by the Redlands rower, Angus McInnes, with about a 10-second margin. And it looks like Redlands will also be taking out third for the Schoolboy single scull. Followed by St. Augustine's in lane 4, and a Redlands rower taking out 5th. All right, so we'll call out the winner of the trophy, the Consumagius Juniors Trophy. So this is a school that scored the highest in the junior events. Quite a special trophy. As I mentioned, Mr. Zam is an integral part of Sydney Girls Rowing, so we're very proud to be have this trophy named after him, and I'm very pleased to announce that the second place with the second highest score for this trophy was Sydney Girls. And I think what we're all waiting for, first place for the Juniors Consumagius Trophy goes to Loretto Normanhurst. And I think if we're ready, we might present the winner of race 62, which was the Schoolgirl Single Scull Division 2, if we have the winner of that race around. And the winner of race 62, representing MLC with a time of 8 minutes and 40 seconds, is Sophie Winnall, coached by Ashley Brooking, Robert Glendenning, and Rafe Stanford Meisel. Our final race for the day, the Schoolboy Single Scull Division 2, coming down the course now to the last 250 metres, and it looks like out in front we have Kinross Walleroy in lane 7, that's Toby Buckland out in front, followed by the Redlands boat. So this is a all Redlands race minus the Kinross Walleroy boat. So Kinross Walleroy performing very well this regatta. He's out in front over in lane 7. He's followed closely by the Redlands rower in lane 6. That's Jack Meek. Finishing off the regatta for the day in lane 7, representing Kinross Walleroy, Toby Buckland, with a time of 7 minutes and 46 seconds. Followed by Jack Meek from Redlands just 5 seconds later. and the remaining Redlands rowers doing an excellent job finishing off this race and closing off this regatta. Stick around though, we will be announcing the winners of the new Senior Trent Family Trophy. So you'll want to stick around for that to see which school has come out on top. Fantastic job from the rowers in that race, and all the rowers that we've seen today, many of whom have rowed multiple races throughout the day, so are probably quite exhausted, but certainly a job well done. For anyone who hasn't collected their medals yet, I would encourage you to head to the grandstand to receive yours, and also if the schools can be on standby for the presentation of the senior trophy. So before we announce the winners of the senior trophy, again, for anyone that might have missed it, so the Trent Family Trophy is a new trophy. This is the first year that we're presenting it at the Sydney Girls Regatta. For anyone that isn't familiar with the Trent family, they have been enormous supporters of Sydney Girls High School and Sydney Girls rowing for many, many years. I had the pleasure of starting my rowing career with Charlotte Trent, who graduated as vice captain of Sydney Girls in 2017 and rowed throughout her entire high school rowing career. She also began coaching while doing her HSC and then through into uni as well, so a strong supporter of Sydney Girls rowing. And her volunteering spirit comes from her lovely parents, Ron and Pitt, who have been the backbone of the Sydney Girls PNC for many years. Ron was PNC president in 2017, during which time he helped to establish the Sydney Girls Foundation, serving on the board and helping fund the Governor's Centre. Pitt was treasurer of the Sydney Girls Rowing Club and a regular at rowing sleepovers and organiser of boat camps, and she stayed on as treasurer of the club for nearly 2 years after Charlotte had graduated. In addition to rowing, Pitt helped in the Sydney Girls uniform shop, the Sydney Girls canteen, and at every possible school event. And Ron and Pitt have remained close supporters of Sydney Girls and Sydney Girls rowing, even though both their children have graduated university and moved into their careers. And so as our recently retired past principal, Andrew O'Connell, said, for close to a decade, at every Sydney Girls event, the Trent family were there to help. They've been recognised with their name on the Sydney Girls Honour Board, and we have a beautiful quad named in their honour, and now a lovely trophy to recognise their outstanding contribution to Sydney Girls and Sydney Girls rowing. So in just a moment, we'll be announcing the winners of that trophy, but we'll give the schools an opportunity to come up and be ready to collect it. Now we do still have a few race presentations to go. So race 3, race 49, race 64 and race 65, which I believe are all the Kinross Wallaroi rowers. So if you'd like to come down to the grandstand to collect your medals. All right, so we're about to announce the winners of the Trent Family Senior Trophy. Second place for this went to Kinross Walleroy. So well done for a very excellent regatta. And I'm pleased to announce first place for the Trent Family Trophy goes to Loretto Kirribilli. A huge congratulations to all the schools and all the rowers. It has been a fantastic regatta. Thank you again to all the parents, volunteers, everyone that made this day happen, and we're incredibly grateful for another fantastic Sydney Girls Regatta, and we look forward to many more. So we will see you soon.